Hey everybody, we got a two-part series for you coming this one. This is the first one ever. This one's about my friend, call sign Ninja. He was a former Delta operator, did an entire career over at the U.S. Army, most of which was in Special Operations, and then he did another career at CIA where I met Ninja. Ninja was my boss over there. Second part of this series is something like you all have never seen before and will probably never get the opportunity to witness again. It's an inside look at some of the events that went on at CIA when myself and Ninja were both working over there. It's a conversation between two former operators on some very serious, significant events that happened during our time there. I think you guys are really going to appreciate and get a lot out of that. It's probably never going to happen again on any other channel. You're getting it right here. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you for being here this whole time. We've done a lot of different interviews. You guys have stuck around no matter how much I change it up. And I just want to say I love you and I appreciate you guys for that. If you like this channel, please like, comment, and subscribe. And if you're feeling extra generous, sign up for the Shawn Ryan Show newsletter. It's in the link. You go over to iTunes and Spotify and leave us a review. Love you all. Enjoy the show. See you next week. Ninja, welcome to the show, man.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
We've been trying to get this one going for a minute.
Yeah.
And finally got your retirement out of the agency. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
How's it feel being a dirty civilian?
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking amazing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. But so retired from Army, primarily Special Forces, Special Operations, all the way up to the Tier 1 unit, transitioned over to contracting, then another full career over at CIA, freshly retired. Congratulations. Yeah. Now you're getting into the training game, and you have a new affiliation with Glock, right?
Yep, that's pending. Should be coming up in another month or so, in October timeframe. We'll see how that works out. But that's looking great right now.
Yeah, I love Glock, man.
Yeah.
You know, all these other companies, they spend all this money and they buy all the influencers and fucking Glock, they just don't need it.
Yeah.
Their shit just works.
It just works, yeah.
All the time.
About as reliable as it can get, right? And
yeah.
That's the claim to fame, and that's what they're sticking to.
That's
Stick with the basics, right?
Yeah. That's cool, man. I love that company.
Yeah.
I'm glad you found a way to weasel
Yeah,
your
you're
in.
not alone with that company, because there's a lot of Glocks on the street now.
Yeah, that's very true. So getting into the training game, what do you have anything specific that you're wanting to train people in? There's so many different aspects of the training world.
There is. So everything from, law enforcement, military tactics, those kind of things as well. But also for the rest of the population that has guns wants to know how to use it more effectively. Going to the market, just shopping, just living their lives with the gun. How do you do that without being conspicuous or those kind of things? Just concealed carry stuff, but being comfortable with it and how do you do it? On body carry, off body carry, in handbags for women, in backpacks. However they want to do it. Women with kids or youngins who have other bags, right? Those kind of things. How do I do this? If that's what they want to do, if that's their situation, tailor that training to however their situation is. Woman with a child in a diaper bag. What do you do, right? If that person wants to carry a gun for self-defense. What do you do if you're carrying groceries, going to the grocery store, in a mall, any number of places? How do you do that effectively?
So a lot of situational.
Yep.
Type stuff,
like real world situational stuff. So everybody not in the world where we came from, it's all tactical and you're geared out from head to toe, and it's a direct action kind of thing. But now everyday life, and I think that's they need some education as well, and then confidence in using their weapons, whatever they plan on bringing.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're the perfect guy for that, especially coming from CIA. A lot of that job, that we did is not full-on assault, kicking indoors, doing DAs. A lot of it is permissive environments, blending in, having a head on a swivel, that kind of stuff. Do you have like a certain client do you have like a picture-perfect client that you're trying to hit, or whoever?
No, yeah, not really. That's probably one of the things on marketing kind of stuff, right? Who would I target? But really, it's how do you appeal to anyone who wants to use their weapon effectively? Pistol size, different, whatever they have. How to carry it effectively, how to be more efficient with whatever it is they have, which gives them more confidence to do whatever it is they're doing, just to live their daily lives.
Yeah.
Because that is a transition for some folks. Cumbersome. They don't have to wear special clothing, so that's what I want to do, like dispel a lot of the myths that everybody has, and that might have them reluctant to carry right now. They have a gun, but they don't want to carry it because they think they have to get different clothing or anything like that. Maybe not. So that's kind of whoever wants to do that. The younger folks, the older folks, if they want to carry a gun and be effective with it for their personal self-defense, how to do that. Women with kids, a baby in one hand, a toddler in another hand, what are they going to do if that's their situation? And that person wants to carry a gun for self-defense. All those other folks, no camouflage, no, multicam stuff, no helmets with nods, none of that stuff.
Yeah.
But also, some of that too, because I know all about that as well. But now for the everyday citizen who carries a firearm, how can it be done more effectively?
Yeah. Where do you think the biggest demand is on the training market? You think it's LE, nods, helmets?
Well, there's always that.
Or do you think it's everyday people because crime it's skyrocketing right now.
And that's what I think. That's where I think a market is, but they don't tend to reach out because they're seeing all the stuff when they start looking at things on websites. It's all tactical gear. It's all law enforcement, military. No open enrollment courses unless it's a basic NRA course or a basic firearms course or something like that. And I get it. There's a lot of safety concerns with, pulling a gun from a purse, pulling a gun from a handbag, pulling a gun from undergarments and all that kind of stuff. But that's the trick, right? Set up an environment where it's going to be safe for them to do that. So it's not a big bulk. It's not everybody online, shooting a drill at a unidirectional range. But the best, set them up for success, right? This is the environment you're going to be in, so set them up for that environment they're going to be in. And it's going to be safe for them. It's going to be safe for everybody else on the range. So it's not a lot of people. Might be a smaller, even an individual that wants to know how to do that more effectively. And then open up to the best that you can, or the best that I can, a 360-degree scenario for them, so they can do it effectively, efficiently, 360-degree threat, situational awareness, and then present them, a threat target in their particular environment. Something they can do it safely, so that build confidence in their ability to do that. Just like any other firearms training and a lot of things, it's repetitions. Get the reps in, practice, practice, practice. And the more you do it, the better you get. And the more you do it, the less you want to do it, right?
Yeah.
It's a firearm is a last resort thing. So what are the things also leading up to that point? That's the other thing.
Yeah, that conversation we had downstairs earlier where you were talking about you went to, I don't want to mention any names or locations, but you went to a major metropolitan area, you had a private client, and you were talking about mindset training.
Yep.
You brought them into a rough neighborhood. We'll just call it a rough neighborhood.
Yep.
And you want to talk? I mean, I don't know anybody that's doing that. And that's probably the single, most informative reality check that you can give somebody is to put them in a situation like that and be like, what are you going to do?
Yeah. So very fortunate that this person had access to a home that was similar to theirs. So they were in a real estate business, and they had a vacant home that we could use for training. And it was with real guns, no ammo, dry fire, but it was how to walk around their house. What are the dead spots in their house? What should I be concerned about? How can I effectively, and it had furniture in it, how can I move around my own house efficiently and effectively? So, and I went through the whole thing about it's your house, and a lot of people don't know their house to the extent that they think they know. Lights are out, and it's dark, and now walk around your house with the lights out. Then what do you have as a fire? If it's a firearm, then what do you have on your firearm to be able to use the sights? Iron sights, illuminated sights, red dot sights, whatever it is. And I had several for them to look at in their scenario. How to effectively move toward a threat inside of a confined space like a home. A lot of the things that I was able to convey and display for this client was, it's not always, a straight line from point A to point B is the best way to go. It's like, a circumvented route to open up their view and to stay away from the threat as much as possible.
Yeah.
You don't have to always close the threat. That was the main thing that person thought, is they have to close the threat with that person. It's like, well, you have a sidearm, it's plenty distance. That sidearm can reach that distance, so that's the distance you're working with. And that's what I was able to convey to that person, which then kept them a little bit more calm, because I was a little bit of anxiety to think about, I got to close the threat, or close the distance with the threat that somebody's in my house, I don't know who it is, and now I have to close the distance with that person. So that was another thing they initially thought. And I gave them another avenue to stay away, keep distance, and still move through the house and clear it, make sure it was safe.
Can we paint a scenario to that real quick? Because I don't think a lot of people listening are going to understand what you're saying. So let's bring it into like a hallway scenario where maybe you're peering out of a room, and I'll let you explain it. But you don't when it comes to closing the distance, you don't always have to do that. And I'd like you to explain a little bit more on why.
Yeah. So this person had a 2-story home. All the bedrooms were upstairs, and this scenario was late at night. Everybody's in bed asleep, and this person, they have a home invasion situation. He wanted to know, one, should he carry a gun? What are the processes he needs to go through? So initially it was planning and describing to his family members. He had 3 children, I believe, and his wife. And he just telling them, so I how to convey to them that if this happens, if somebody comes to the house at night and it's not one of us, and this is what we're faced with, this is what I want you to do. Whether it's stay in a room. He had a room that he was consolidated. 2 of the kids were in one room. one kid goes, the older kid was going to go with the other two kids, hunker down there. Wife is going to go over there and then get accountability. So that was the first thing, right? Tell the family what to do. And that was freeing his mind of, okay, now I got to deal with the threat. My family knows what to do. They've rehearsed it. They've gone through it over and over. And that was the first step. And then so if they're on the second floor, does he even have to go downstairs? And what should he do first, right? Well, 911. He's in the States, so that's the first thing you do, 911. And then he said, well, that ties up my hand with the phone now. I said, well, just turn it on. Just make the call, put it on speaker. And if you have a pocket, put it in a pocket and just leave it there. Leave your phone on and talk through the speaker. Or don't even worry about the speaker if it's too much. Just leave it on. They can hear you, and somebody's rolling. That was the big thing. Get somebody rolling, law enforcement, to your location. And then speak openly. Like you're speaking into the phone. You don't have to have it up to your head or have earbuds in or anything like that. Just speak normal language. Or speak softly into it if you don't want to conceal or disclose your location. But accountability of your folks. 911, accountability of your family. They're okay, and now what? So I went from top of the stairway. This could be your limit of advance. This could be as far as you go, and you make the decision whether you need to go downstairs or not. What are the things that you need to be concerned about if you want to go downstairs or not? You can stay there and defend your second floor because they have to come up. If there's a threat, they have to come up, and if that's what they want to do, you're there to meet them, right, and take care of the threat. But why go downstairs to begin with?
Yep.
So that was the first. That was like one major decision point, and because he originally thought I got to go down there and address the threat. It's like, no, if they're down there and you already know your family's safe, then what else do you need to do? The cops are coming whenever they come, and this particular place, it was a fairly lengthy response time because of where they were at and the police department in the area and all that stuff. And then all the other things that are going on now. So what's the priority? You don't know their priority on the call out, on who they're sending, when they're sending them, but you made the call, somebody's coming. So you could just hold your ground right there. Then we went through, okay, now if he has to go downstairs, how would he move downstairs? So best case, hold your ground right there. The police are coming, my family's safe, that's all I need to do. Let whoever it is downstairs do whatever they're doing and leave, if that's the case. Your family's safe, that's all you're concerned about. Stuff is stuff. And if you're concerned about something downstairs, if somebody's downstairs, one of your family members, or you have guests that are in a guest bedroom downstairs, which he had, then okay, that's a reason to go check on your guests. But also knowing their sleep habits. Do they get up in the middle of the night and go get a drink of water or have to go to the bathroom at night? If you have guests in your home, know that. Yeah. Know their sleep habits. Because that could be all it is. And if their decision was to go downstairs, then how do you go downstairs at night when the lights are out without turning all the lights on? Or turn the lights on? That's another decision they have to make. It's really common sense stuff, but unless you go through it, step by step, and then have them ask questions. And I posed all the questions that he asked back on him, right? I was like, oh yeah, well, what would you do? You're in the situation right now. With that situation you just described to me, what would you logically do? You don't have to be difficult. You don't have to refer to any movies that you've seen. What would you do? What makes sense to you? And then just act on it. Trust your instincts. All those things. He could be scared. There could be a little fear going on. All right, well, that's normal.
Yeah.
That was one thing I told him. It's like, well, that's going to be normal. Your kid might be yelling, how they're going to be concerned about your safety. So consider that. Maybe you're still within eyesight of your family and your concerned family members for you. And if you disappear downstairs, then now they're more concerned. Now you have other issues to worry about. So it's not always go to guns and direct action, commando raid your house and clear it. Maybe, probably not. If you have the house to enable those kind of things, accountability of your people, and then that's it. Wait for the police to arrive.
I'm glad you're saying that. A lot of people, a lot of trainers don't talk about that enough, I don't think. And
But yeah, probably not. And I haven't heard a whole lot of that. Because it's usually on a flat range and they're discussing these things without being in an actual facility that makes sense to people. A real kitchen counter that they have to walk around that creates dead space for them, or it's on a range where they create these false floor plans, right? It's not their floor plan, but and that's really it. Most of the stuff I was describing to this guy is know your house, make your house negotiable in the dark, and then do it. Have your kids do it. In case you have to run out, even in emergencies. That's the one thing I described to him. It's not always a physical threat or a home invasion kind of thing, but this applies to natural disaster stuff. Fires, if they're in hurricane places, tornado alley, or any of these other places. If your family has to get out and maneuver around your house, know your house so you could do that without the lights. That was another thing that kind of calmed him down to the scenario that he was describing. It was a threat scenario that I have to get my sidearm and maybe use it. But I said, well, this scenario, this plan can go across the board for any emergency. So you don't have to tell your kids in case somebody comes in here with a gun and there's gunfire, then this is what we're going to do. It's if you have a fire, hurricane, tornado, natural disaster, floods, this is what we're going to do. And it's not, I've heard from folks, it's like they don't want to live in fear and go through these contingencies with fear in mind. Like, I'm afraid of something and I'm going to have a contingency for that. But it's just preparedness.
yeah,
And that was another thing he was, I think his wife mentioned that. Like, I don't want to live my life in fear, waiting for this to happen. It's like, well, it's preparedness. If you do this enough times, repetition, practice and practice and practice, it's going to come to you in any emergency that happens. It's not always a firefight.
Yeah.
It's not always a gunfight. It's not always a bad guy with a gun. It's all these other things. And then that made sense to them. Calmed down. Okay. Then it was easier for them to take it all in and say, okay, this means something more than just that one incident, this one scenario. Yeah, it was great. I had a great time doing it. They had a great response afterwards.
Let's talk about what you did in the city with them, because that kind of training is extremely unique.
Yeah.
Nobody's doing that.
Yeah, that was a situational awareness thing. So from operational activity, in either the agency or my previous life in the military, it's situational awareness. How to become aware without being paranoid and afraid of things, but just being aware of things that happen in the area. Read the news articles, listen to the crime reports and all that stuff, and be aware of those things. First of all, that's your homework. That's just living in anywhere. It's worse in some places than others. But be aware of those, whether it's a home invasion or on the street crime, pickpocketers, whatever it is. There's a lot of that stuff going on now, so they just have to do their homework and then not deny that it's happening. That's the mindset thing.
Yeah.
Be aware that it is happening. And another thing is, well, it'll never happen to me, right? So then changing their minds, like, okay, well, just put yourself in a mindset of, okay, well, what if it does? Then what would you do? Common sense things. So it's regular situational awareness. Looking in like storefront glass to look behind you so you don't make it weird for themselves or you to look around like you're paranoid, like, is somebody following me?
Yeah.
But just to do those simple little things. Look in a storefront window and use the glass as a mirror behind you to see if anybody's following you and has picked you out as a target. And it's those kind of things. Walk into a store, see who comes into the store with you. If they look like they need to be in that store, then fine. But if they look like they don't need to be in the store that you're in, it doesn't look like they're kind of storefront that they usually frequent, then okay, maybe that's something you need to be concerned about.
Yeah.
Kids with babies go into a small kids store with infant, toddler clothing and baby clothes. And if a person that looks like they don't belong there, those should be, indicators of maybe they're up to something no good. Yeah, it's all those things. People wanting the car thefts. And they're smart. They wait for you to go to your car and open the car for them, right? So before you go to your car, what do you look at in a parking lot when you're walking to your car? Where do you have your car keys? All that kind of stuff. Before you leave an establishment to go to your car, where do you have in your hands? Your car keys, flashlight if it's dark, if there's something on your keychain that you can have a light with, noisemakers, whistles, whatever it is, and be aware of your environment. Where's your phone? Did you just, for the folks that carry purses and handbags, is it just thrown in there and you got to dig for it? Or is it somewhere where stick your hand in it, pull it out, and there's your phone, 911. All those things, basic stuff, but basic common sense stuff, but often overlooked. And unfortunately, there's bad guys out there waiting for those people who are not paying attention.
Yeah.
To take your stuff, to take your cars, to take, all that stuff.
What do you think the biggest mistake is that civilians make when it comes to mindset or situational awareness?
Think it can't happen to them.
Yeah.
Yeah. And story after story after story. And that's some homework even folks can do on their own. And that's exactly what they say afterwards. Somewhere in their narratives afterwards, when they're telling their story, they'll say, I just never thought it could happen to me.
Damn.
It's a pretty common theme when they tell their story after the fact. Whether that's anything, a physical confrontation, something was stolen from them, or a car theft, or something like that. So they never prepared for it. And it could be just like, here you go, goodbye. I don't need to fight you right now. Go ahead and take my stuff. Give me my phone, give me my gun, and take the rest of it, right? Or whatever it is, whatever they come up with as a plan. But they're prepared for it, and that's what happens.
Yeah. Well, we'll link all your website, social media stuff on the bottom, so anybody that wants to get trained up can contact you.
Sure.
And let's get into your backstory now. But first,
Oh, God.
yep, everybody gets a gift.
What are we talking? Gummies?
Holy shit! You may
Gummies.
be the only one to ever guess.
Because I've seen your show. And yes,
That's right.
gummies.
Legal in all 50 states. Made here in the USA.
Nice.
If you want the other kind, you're gonna have to get them somewhere else.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Now it's official.
Now it's official. Getting into the meat and potatoes of everything. But
Awesome.
so phenomenal career in the military, phenomenal career at CIA, retired from both. I don't know if you know this, but I mean, we worked at the same department over at CIA, and you are probably, actually, without a doubt, I would say the most well-respected individual in that department.
Oh,
So
thank you.
it's just a real honor to have you on this show. And I still remember the first time we were at the same location, and the rumors flying around about you, and all positive. We'll get into some of those later, but I just wanted to say that I don't know if anybody's ever told you that, but yes, you're definitely one of
No, but thank you. I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I was just doing my job.
Yeah, well, you did a damn good job. So I was proud to work with you. I know everybody else was too. But so let's start with childhood. Where'd you grow up?
Yeah, born and raised in Southern California. So born in Palm Springs area, and then most of my life in the Los Angeles area, in the San Fernando Valley specifically. Went to school there, and then ultimately all my childhood until I left to the Army was in the San Fernando Valley in LA.
Parents still together?
No, so my mother died when I was young. She died of cancer when I was 10. So my dad was a single parent before that became a cool thing to do. So he raised me and my 5 sisters for most of our lives. So I was 10. I have 2 sisters older than me, 2 sisters younger than me. He had a lot of help. So all my family out there, big Mexican family, they're all in Los Angeles, most of them. So aunts, uncles, cousins, they all helped out when they could. Yeah, so it was fun. It was a good childhood. I thought I had a great childhood. I do not remember any bad times, except for that, obviously, losing my mom at a young age. So before that, there was an uncle of mine who died probably 3 years before that. So initial, how do you deal with loss, right? As a 10-year-old, and then with my uncle, who's younger than that. But really, as a 7-year-old kid, you don't really clue into what's going on. 10, fully aware that my mom had died of cancer. So that was a huge hurdle for a lot of us. And then my dad, of course, more traditional, Mexican background, family history, and now he's a single dad. So that was a bit much. Plus, he's still working and all these other things. So dealt with a lot of those things. Did you probably hear more commonly, recently, but back then, nobody that I knew had a single parent family.
Yeah.
None of the kids, none of the neighbors, none of the kids I hung around with school.
Damn, talk about a different time period.
Yeah. Yeah.
Shit, that's everywhere today.
I know, right?
But
And then it was, that's why I say before it was cool, he is doing it. And he did it. He did a good job. I thought he was great. All the things, all the motivations, had to be a man, he did it step by step, never pushed me into the military. He was, very loving, caring, whatever all of us did, me or my sisters did. Very supportive. If whatever it is we wanted to do, and he supported whatever it is that was. Never had the military in mind. So he was a former Marine. Have several of those in my family. So it's Southern California, that's the thing to do, either Navy or Marines.
okay, makes sense.
Yeah. A lot of my cousins, a lot of my uncles, Marines or Navy. I don't recall anybody that joined the Army, except for my oldest sister. She joined the Army before I did. She's probably 5 years older than I was. Never had a clue about the Army or the military, other than I knew relatives were in. Played Army as a kid, ran around with all the, the neighborhood kids playing Army and stuff like that. But I wasn't thinking this is what I want to do for the rest of my life. So I grew up younger childhood. So in the 60s, so in late 60s, we're talking, the Vietnam War era, a neighbor across the street. And so I'm not watching the news, and TV's not a big thing. That was also back when came home from school, do your homework, and you went outside to play. You didn't sit in and watch TV. You didn't play video games or anything like that. So you go outside and play. A lot of things was either, riding bikes, making jumps on bikes and skateboards and all those, kid stuff, and then playing Army, right? There was a guy across the street. He's a Vietnam vet, and I didn't know anything about that, but I guess in his attempt to get rid of that out of his life, he was always throwing away his uniforms, his helmets and stuff like that. We thought it was cool. We'd go rummage through the trash and grab his camo uniforms and his helmets and stuff like that, and run around the neighborhood. And, he threw away everything. I wish I would have kept it, because all of his medals, all that stuff, at one point, he was flushed his whole life full of that stuff. Because I do remember him before he went. So he was probably 18, 19, like all of them were at the time when he went to Vietnam. I remember him before that. I never saw him after he came back, other than his throwing away his stuff. We took his stuff and, ran around the neighborhood like we were Army guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was just fun stuff. We even dug tunnels in my backyard because we heard there was tunnels in Vietnam, right? Dug in the ground. Wasn't a big favorite of my dad's and the neighbors that we were digging tunnels in the backyard, but we did it, Yeah, it was all just for fun, just kids having fun.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So what got you interested in the Army? Other than digging tunnels in the backyard.
Well, yeah.
And digging through the trash.
So, and I saw the movie, so it was nothing motivating me like that's what I want to do. So whenever 1969 or whatever, I was still a kid. Whenever the movie The Green Beret comes out, I watched all the John Wayne westerns, the Green Beret. I thought it was the coolest stuff ever, but never thought, yeah, that's what I want to do. I just thought it was, yeah, that's cool. Somebody's gonna, those guys are badass. That would be cool. But never thought I was ever gonna do that. And then it was just graduate high school. Didn't have the grades to go to college because it was a whole thing about, what am I going to do? Even in high school, it's like, okay, I'll play football. I'll do that, just like everybody else. That's the thing to do. Yeah. So, okay, play football. But I wasn't really so into it that I got so into it that I really got good at it enough to this is what I want to do in my life. So I did all that stuff in high school. It wasn't really a significant thing. Wasn't a bad student, but I really wasn't also motivated to be a great student to go on to college and do things with that. Got out, graduated, did normal work during the summers, during high school, summer jobs and stuff like that. So I'm now able to have, summer jobs and actually contribute to the, helping raise my smallest sister, provide some stuff, buy some groceries and stuff like that. Not that I had to. My dad was doing just fine, but those are some of the things that he taught me to do. It's be responsible and do those kind of things, and don't spend all your money on, kid stuff. And so, yeah, I helped out doing that. So it was just buying groceries or buying my sister clothes or something like that, shoes for, before she goes back to school again, all those kind of things. Started all that stuff. So it was kind of, being responsible early, right? And I wasn't ever forced to do it. I wasn't ever told to do it. It was just kind of instilled in me. This is what you do as, this is manhood. So that was good. That was a great example. My dad was really good at that. Discipline. And it wasn't like a heavy-handed discipline thing. If you screwed up, you were accountable for it. He held you accountable for things that you did wrong and right? Reward you if you did good things, and then applicable punishment, or just taking things away, really, is all they did, if you did things bad. So, accountability, be responsible for yourself. And for me, it was be responsible for my younger sisters, but it was also, since I had two older sisters, and I had one that was old enough to be in the same middle school and senior high school at the same time. And so his thing was, don't ever let anything happen to your sisters, right? So that, for me, okay, it's easy for my little sisters, my younger sisters, because I'm bigger than all the boys that are harassing them. But for the boys that were older than me, they're huge. And they're jocks, so they're bigger than me, and they're 2 or 3 years older than me. And so it was one of those things, I'm standing up to these big guys, don't mess with my sister. I'm looking up at him yeah, tough guy, giving him the stink eye, right? And here's this guy's that's so cute. But I was that's what my dad told me to do, right? I'm responsible for him, so bow up on these big guys, right? Never had to do anything because that was enough. They got it. And my older sister, would always build me up. Don't make me get my brother, right? And I'm a little guy, right?
Yeah.
I'm a freshman in high school and talking to these seniors, right? And they're like, okay, yeah, whatever. Bring your brother on. Here comes little Bobby, bowing up on him. They're oh my God, Yeah, that was all cool. I never had to do anything. with that. Just that was enough for them to, get the respect. Like, okay, good for you, man. You're doing the right thing. And I even saw the kids. They were talking about the military. I saw the kids in ROTC, right? That didn't excite me either. Saw the guys, and I thought the Marines that were there in their blues, obviously. It's like, those are some cool uniforms. But I never thought that's what I'm going to do.
Did you have any idea what you wanted to do?
Nope.
Nope. Just lost?
Yeah. So I got out, went to work for a toy store. And it was a good thing. So they put me in the manager trainee program. And this toy store, it's a pretty big one. It's not so much anymore, but you had to work all the departments. So as a young kid at high school, they put me in the doll section to cut my teeth as a manager. I know nothing about dolls, but that was the point, right? Put me in or take me out of my comfort zone and put me in the doll section and see how I work out. So I got to know everything about dolls, doll houses, and Susie Bake oven things, and all these things that I had no idea. Worked out for me because my little sister liked this stuff, so I got to take it home and, free samples. I get to take everything home, and she loved it. But no, that didn't seem like, so looking at the managers that were there, and that was like the point, to get to that point in this toy store, be a senior manager, general manager, and all these other things, sales manager, and all these other things. And I saw the guys that were mentoring me. I was like, I don't know if that's what I want to do for the rest of my life. So I started looking around. And that's when I first entertained the idea of joining the military. Everybody does the Marine Corps and Navy, so that's obviously where I went first. And talked to the Marine recruiters, the Navy recruiters, and one thing my dad said was, if that's what you want to do, son, I support you wholeheartedly. Just when you talk to these people, make sure you get something out of it when you get out that'll be applicable back in the civilian community. And so he mentioned, and he was drove trucks for construction sites, big stuff, big earth moving stuff. He's like, see if you can do that, because that's pretty good money in Southern California. And there's always that going on. And so I asked him that. So when I went to the Marine recruiter and asked him that, I want to be bulldozers and front end loaders and big earth moving stuff and those things. And the Marine Corps has engineers and the Navy has the Seabees. And I knew that. And I said, this is what I want to do. And they said, well, this is what the Marines, right? This is what we'll do for you. We'll make you a Marine. And then I got the feeling of, well, if this is what we want you to do, then you'll go be an engineer, right? And so I was just thinking, he's not saying exactly what I need to hear. So I'm going to go talk to the Navy, because I know they have these CB guys that do engineering work. And because guess where I saw that? On the movie The Green Berets, right? I know CBs drive bulldozers and all this stuff. Let me go see what they have to say. And they weren't giving me a very, warm and fuzzy about doing that exactly. And they, take the ASFAB and all these other things first and see where I score well or score on these things, and we'll see where you go from there. And then I had this, wasn't real comfortable on committing to either one of those. So I go to the Air Force and see what they have. And they didn't have anything. They do have that, but something about the Air Force wasn't tripping my trigger.
Wasn't connecting, huh?
Yeah. And so let's go look at the Army. And go talk to the Army guy, talk to the engineering stuff. And he's like, absolutely. Because we have these engineers, and he's getting this video. And back then, VHS videos. Yeah. He's like, he gets this video. He's going to let me watch it in this room. And I'm looking around the walls, and I see all these this Green Beret. Back then, they had this recruiting poster for Special Forces, and it was a guy waist deep in the swamp with a rucksack and a 120 rope on his shoulders, and Green Beret, and it looks cool going through the swamp. I was like, what's that? I was like, I want to do that. I was like, that's that Green Beret stuff, like from the movie.
Yeah.
I was like, that sounds cool. And then I saw, these paratrooper recruiting posters, 82nd Airborne stuff, and they're jumping out of planes. And it's like, how about that? I was like, that looks cool. I was like, that's what I want to do. And these dudes in this tank, I was like, I want to shoot tanks too. I want to drive tanks, right? He's like, well, cool your jets. So I'll give you some videos to watch and see what interests you best. And I'll set you up for take the test, the ASVAB, and all this other stuff, and see where you fall. And a bunch of infantry stuff, posters. Then it was "Be All You Can Be" was the slogan at the time.
I remember that.
Yeah. And one of the commercials, the only commercial I ever remember seeing about that, well, there's two of them. One was the 82nd Airborne. They're on a drop zone, and they have a cup of coffee, and it's "Good Morning, First Sergeant," right? And I saw that one. And then there's a Ranger who's coming off a plane on leave. He's got his dress greens on and his black beret, because that was the only people wearing black berets at the time. And he's getting off the plane, and he's just happy to be home. He meets what looks like his parents and all that stuff. I was like, that's cool. I want to do that. So there was all these things that I wanted to do in the Army. I was like, this is it. This is going to be for me. And then I said about this engineer stuff. He gives me that. I was like, that's exactly what my dad's talking about. It's driving earth-moving equipment. And in the Army, you do roads and airfields and stuff like that. And that's what I had in mind. And they said, well, we'll take the test and see where you fall. I was like, yeah, but if I could do that and all this stuff too, drive tanks, jump out of planes, Green Beret stuff, range of this, that, all that.
Do you guys have a sampler platter?
Right. Yeah. And so eventually I go take the test, and he's like, well, forget all this, like all the stuff that I thought was cool. Forget all this. Because the engineering, you needed, of all of those, I think, other than, and you couldn't just join SF back then off the street. You had to join the Army first, and then your second tour, you can join Special Forces and all that stuff. There weren't like you have today, like Ranger contracts, where off the street you can go to battalion. You went in the infantry, and then from Fort Benning, you were offered opportunities to go in those directions. I didn't know all that stuff. So it's like one of those things. Hey, well, you'll be a grunt.
New year, new you. Except, not much has changed, right? You have a ton of energy. You're all about getting healthy and getting more energy, but a lot of you are still tied to a desk. And that makes it hard or inconvenient to get to the gym. Have you heard about HVMN's Ketone IQ? It's something that a lot of athletes use to help boost their energy and wellness. Ketones are nature's superfuel. Our bodies create them when we're pushed to our metabolic limits, often through long fasts or carb-restricted diets. But modern diets and sedentary lifestyles keep us from having elevated ketone levels or experience the health and performance benefits that come with it. Thanks to modern science, there's a new way to help us fuel drinkable ketones. HVMN's Ketone IQ is brain fuel. It's a clean boost without sugar or caffeine. Just take a shot whenever you need something to help you re-energize. Guys, I can tell you right now, Ketone IQ is something I would have used back when I was in the SEAL teams and working for CIA for a quick pick-me-up before missions. You can find HVMN's Ketone IQ at hvmn.com. Visit hvmn.com and use promo code SEAN at checkout to save 20%. Again, that's hvmn.com and promo code SEAN. Ketone IQ from HVMN is a fast way to help you get that new you you're dreaming of. Visit hvmn.com and use promo code SEAN at checkout to save 20%. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
And then at one point that I'm not aware of, you'll get opportunities to do those kind of things. So that wasn't what it is today. You get a specific contract to go specific places. You just sign a contract, generally speaking, and then you get offered opportunities in this mystical magical 4187, this DA form 4187, to apply for other things that doesn't hardly ever work. I come to find that out when I joined. But I scored high enough from a recruiting perspective, apparently, you don't want to go infantry, you don't want to jump out of planes, you don't want to do the tank stuff, and you can't join SF until you get in the military, get in the Army first. But you scored high enough, and this engineering thing you mentioned is all about you. It's like, we can do that. So that's what I did. I was like, and then he says, as a recruiter usually would, you can do all that other stuff later on once you get in.
Yeah.
But get all your engineer stuff done. Your dad wants you to do this. You got a job locked on when you get out. And then once you get in a year or two, once you get to your first duty station, that's what he said. Put in this form, 4187, to do any of these other things that you want to do. That never worked out. But I got my engineering thing. So I actually like that job.
What year is this? What year did you join?
This is 81.
81?
Yep. I loved it. My first duty station, I didn't know anything about the Army life, other than what my sister told me. And she was somewhere in the medical field. She was a medic or something like that. She's in Germany. She loved it. And that was her advice. She's like, whatever you do, get to Europe. You're going to love it. And my first duty station was at Fort Meade, Maryland, not on the wrong side of the pond in Europe.
Yeah.
I didn't know. I just signed up things and started hacking off signatures and initials on things, and I ended up at Fort Meade, Maryland. But learned the whole engineering stuff, all the earth moving equipment. I did all that stuff there. We were on. It's different from the Army in the sense that it's almost like you're going to work, like a construction site. So you have typical stuff like morning formations for PT and morning formations for accountability, but then you went to work. We had a road crew, Fort Meade, snows every once in a while, so road clearing teams, stuff like that. And it was like just a regular job. Not so much a traditional structured military thing, other than the formations and stuff like that. But everything else was just like going to work. You put on overalls, you got in your equipment, you did your job, pushed dirt around, spread asphalt, and just like going to work. And I thought that was perfect. I mean, I liked it. Then I started getting the itch to do more. All these other things I wanted to do. And that was the other thing my dad mentioned. He said, whatever you do, don't get out. Because apparently he had some regrets that he didn't do all that he thought, or all that he wanted to do before he got out of the Marine Corps. So that's what he told me to do. He said, go do it. It'd be great for you. It's very respectful for our country. I mean, do your job. Do your time for your country. I was like, all right, cool. But when you get out, don't get out with still wanting to do something. Don't leave something undone, right? Get it done while you're there. Otherwise, you're going to regret the rest of your life not having done it. And that's eventually how I end up spending a career in the Army. I never intended on a career. Every 4 years, it was like, well, what else do I want to do? Well, I wanted to jump out of planes. Let me see if I can get jumping out of planes. So I ended up at Fort Bragg, ended up at Fort Benning, go to jump school, ended up at Fort Bragg. I'm in the 82nd and all that kind of stuff. And then that time, and it's like, what do you do? Well, once you're at Fort Bragg, you get exposed to a lot of other things, right? Because then you see Green Berets running around with their Green Berets and all this other stuff, and then you get that exposure. So then I get that itch to do all these other things.
Hold on. What did you do in the 82nd?
I was still an engineer.
Okay.
So this itch I had. So my first duty at duty station Fort Meade, that unit gets sent up to Fort Drum, which is now going to go do before 10th Mountain gets activated and they get deployed or assigned there and it's active. We're going there as engineers to clear the ground, make ranges, clear the the forest, really cleared the trees of the construction sites that are going to be the barracks and ultimately the 10th Mountain Division. So this is early 80s. And I get this itch as and this goes forward, well, my time at Bragg in 82nd, and I'm trying to get to 1st Ranger Battalion at Hunter Army Airfield down in Georgia, right? I'm on staff duty. I'm a runner. I'm like a private something. And I'm just the guy sitting at a desk all night. I don't have nothing to do. So I'm looking through this phone book. And at the time, all the Gung Ho magazines and all the Soldier of Fortune magazines, that's what you have in your rooms and the staff duties and all your duty areas. So I'm reading all these things. And I was like, dang, I got to do this Ranger stuff. And this is before it was regiment. It was just the 2 battalions, 1st Battalion in Georgia and 2nd Battalion in Washington State. And I go down the Army phone book at the staff duty desk, and I look up 1st 75th headquarters down at the Hunter Army Airfield and look up the office numbers. And I called down there, almost a PFC maybe, at E3. They answer the phone, and it's another guy like me, a PFC that's sitting at the phone at a desk doing nothing. He answers the phone, and this is in the middle of the night. And I just said, "Hey, I want to be a Ranger. How do I do that?" And this guy, another PFC, he puts me in touch with the NCO that's there, and he said, "Well, where are you at?" And I was at Camp Drum at the time. It was not even a fort yet. And he didn't know where that was. I said, well, I'm in this unit. I'm at Camp Drum. And I want to know how to be a Ranger. And that's when it started. He said, call back in the morning and talk to the Sergeant Major. And for all the folks who are going to watch this, they know who Sergeant Major Carpenter is. He's a legend in 1st Ranger Battalion and Regiment, really. And I talked to him in the morning, and
He took the call?
yes. So it was a staff sergeant first, talked to E7, and I'm not sure that they actually knew what to do with me on the phone, and eventually talked to Sergeant Major Carpenter. And he said, well, this is what you need to do. And he's go to jump school. You got to change your MOS because we don't have your MOS, your military occupational specialty, engineers. We don't have engineers in the Ranger Battalion. So you have to do 11 Bravo somewhere. And he's describing how to do all this stuff. But first step first, go to jump school. You can do that from any unit in the Army. And then from there, talk to the Ranger Battalion recruiter who's going to be he gives me a building number and all the stuff near Rangers, near Airborne School, and do all that stuff. Ultimately, that doesn't work out. So I go to jump school, and where did they send me? To Bragg. And unbeknownst to me at the time, there's an engineer company that's there that's in the 82nd. And I get there right after Grenada. So Grenada happens, and a couple of the guys from the unit that I ended up going to were the ones that jumped in with the Rangers on the airfield to get, they had bulldozers and construction equipment on the airfield to block it from anybody landing, right? So they jumped in to get on the equipment to get it off the airfield, so then the airland folks can come in and start, using the airstrip. So initially I thought that was kind of cool. I was like, wow, this is like you guys, I got there when everybody was still gone from leave after Grenada. So it was a ghost town when I got there. And then I find out that 2 or 3 of the guys that were in the company that I was in were the ones that jumped in with the airfield seizure team with the Ranger Battalion to go clear the airfield. And for them, go to the bulldozers and all the construction equipment and get it off the airfield so the airplanes can land. So I thought that was kind of cool. But that's where I made the transition. I worked with a company, the 325th Infantry Regiment there at the 82nd to get cross-trained. So you can OJT for different MOSs at the time. I wanted to get, because Sergeant Major Carpenter said, you have to get you're 11 Bravo. You have to be in 11 Bravo to be here. So I cross-trained to do that. Then the Army had different things in mind, and they got rid of the OJT for MOS program, and then I had to go to Benning to get my 11 Bravo infantry designator. And I was an E4, I think, at the time, and that was interesting. So there is no break, like the difference between basic training and advanced individual training, AIT, for grunts. There's no real break. You just go straight through the whole thing. So where do you start is my first thing. I already know how to march. I know how to be a soldier. I'm already a corporal in the 82nd Airborne Division. I already know how to do a lot of things. So, but that was their dilemma. Where do we put these guys? I was there with another E4 from the 82nd. He was a 11 Hotel, a tow gunner. And he had to get 11 Bravo because he's trying to do the same thing. He's trying to get the Ranger Battalion. Well, they eventually just let us get into one of the groups that's going to their end of cycle infantry test out phase. So it lasts 3 or 4 weeks of their advanced individual training, and it worked out. And somewhere along the lines, I get my infantry designator, and the Army has bigger plans for me than what I wanted to do because I'm trying to get to Savannah, Georgia. But meanwhile, there's a 3rd Battalion now. That's at Benning. It's a regiment. All this thing has already happened in all this process of mine. And I'm aware of this. So at the end of this, as soon as I get my 11 Bravo, I thought I was going back to Fort Bragg first, check, out process there, and then go into one of the Ranger battalions. Volunteer for that, and then make my way in the Ranger battalion. That was what I had written down early on.
Yeah.
In midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, whatever that was. And then Sergeant Major Carpenter's telling me all these things to do. And I'm going step by step. Well, at the end of this infantry designator, I get orders to Fort Ord, California. I didn't even, exactly.
Where the hell is that?
Exactly. That's what I said. And I said, I'm thinking to myself, that's, I don't even know what that is. Who's there? But I'm trying to get to Savannah, Georgia. And they started this whole 7th Infantry Division is reactivated. Huge history, which ends up pretty decent. A decent assignment for me, but it's this new cohort thing, and as a new E4 promotable, they needed all the younger infantry guys to go staff this new division there that's being reactivated in Fort Ord. It's in Monterey, California. Never knew that before then.
Wow.
Yeah, and it's I guess the only other thing that's out there is the Defense Language Institute in Monterey. Well, Fort Ord's there. It's been there forever since it's got a World War II history and all this other stuff. That's a training base back then, and I never heard of it until then. And there is a whole shit show of things that happens after that because that's not where I wanted to go. So I literally walked across base and signed into the Ranger Regiment headquarters, which is is interesting. Interesting in the fact that, so it was in the old, it's not where it is now. So the initial regiment headquarters, it was old barracks, 3-story, barracks, had a fence around it with the green screen, around it. And then there was a little buzzer at the gate. If you ring the buzzer, then whoever's sitting on duty at the desk will ask who's there, what do you want, what's your business, and all this other stuff. And I ring this buzzer, did the same thing that I did a couple of years ago on the phone. Ring the buzzer, they come back and say, what is your business? And I said, I want to be a Ranger. Then I hear the short pause, and then I hear the electromagnetic things release, and I open the gate and come in, and a specialist comes out, and they're still wearing the black berets at the time. So he comes out, puts his black beret on, and he halts me at the bottom. So there's steps to go up to the building. He halts me at the bottom of the steps, and I come to stop and go to parade rest. And he's like, "What did you say you wanted?" And I said, "I want to be a ranger. I just came from this training company over here. They got me orders to go here, but this is where I want to be." And he said, "Hold on a minute." He goes back in, and he gets the staff sergeant to come out. And staff sergeant comes out, and as he's fixing his beret, he said, "What is it you want?" I said, "I want to be a ranger." And I'm at parade rest, And he's like, I said, "I want to be a ranger." He's like, "You sure about that? You sure you're in the right place?" I said, "Roger that, Sergeant." And he immediately told me to do push-ups. And then I was doing the wrong push-ups because my feet weren't on the stairs, or I wasn't elevated push-ups. So I was willing to do anything at that point. So I get my feet up on the steps. I'm doing elevated push-ups. I'm starting my smoke session. And he disappears. I hear the doors close behind him. Out comes the sergeant first class, and E7 comes out, and he said, "Get up here." So I'm in the front leaning rest, facing down these steps, doing push-ups, and I'm already smoked. I'm starting the shakes already. He says, "Get up here." And so I start to stand up and get up here. He's like, "No, stand and lean and rest. And you walk up here on your hands and feet." So I'm walking up. It's like, so this is apparently, I asked for it. This is what I'm getting. I was just like super motivated. I start walking up backwards. I'm smoked. And I finally get up to the top of the steps. And he said, who have you talked to? And I mentioned Sergeant Major Carpenter, who had since moved on to, I think, the 2nd Infantry Division in another Sergeant Major capacity in Schofield Barracks in Hawaii. So he wasn't in the regiment anymore. He had left to do bigger division Sergeant Major stuff, or I'm not sure of his position, probably division at 2nd Infantry Division. But everybody knows Sergeant Major Carpenter. And so you got this E7 who's smoking me. He's like, "You talk to Sergeant Major Carpenter, and this is what he told you to do." I said, "Roger that, Sergeant." As I'm just still smoked, I'm in the front leaning rest. He gives me a break. I'm in the dying cockroach position now, talking to him. My legs and arms are shaking.
The dying cockroach position.
Yeah.
I haven't heard that one in a minute.
Yeah. And that was me for a minute, longer than a minute. And it's just a smoke session. He goes to talk to, I don't remember now the names of the Sergeant Major he talked to. Everybody will know the name, Sergeant Major Guerrero. He was there. I'm pretty sure that's who he talked to. I ran into him eventually. But they're just having me low crawling in the barracks, up and down the hallways, and doing just ungodly, just torture tests, muscle failure, anything. Pull-up bar was already done. I couldn't do any more pull-ups. I couldn't do any more push-ups. Dying cockroach. My legs and arms were already smoked. But I was just doing anything and everything. I was low crawling everywhere. And people are walking around me. All these Rangers are walking around me, stepping over me as I'm low crawling in the hallways because they know the deal. They've been there, done it, and they eventually signed me in. So I'm signed in to Ranger Regiment. I was the happiest person I could ever be. I was like, yes, I finally made it. I get to go to at the time it's the Ranger Indoctrination Program that now Regiment's hosting and doing there at headquarters at Benning. I'm an E4. I'm a corporal, so I have to go through the RIP and rope, which Ranger Orientation Program, Ranger Indoctrination Program. One of them is for junior leaders.
Okay.
Going into Ranger Battalion. The other one is for everybody's Rippies. That's what I call Rippies, Ranger Indoctrination Program. That's a smoke session. So I go through the whole smoke session. I go through the rope course. It's more of a junior leadership course, not so much smoke sessions, because everybody that's returning to Ranger Battalion also goes there. So NCOs and officers that have gone to do their, platoon time, first sergeant time, sergeant major time, commander time, whatever they had to do as an officer or an enlisted guy, NCOs, and now they're coming back. So they go through the rope course, get back into the Ranger program and mentality and all that stuff. SOPs, policies, the whole thing. So I go through both of those, and probably the happiest I could have ever been. I made it, right? Sergeant Major that call that one midnight.
I can't
Right?
even believe
I was
that.
there. And we're wearing jungle fatigues at the time. So starch jungle fatigues, got my jungle boots on, got my black beret. I was happy. I was just like, this is what I wanted this whole time, right? But I can't go to battalion because I'm a corporal until I go to Ranger School. So they start putting me as a standby into Ranger School. And so they had the Morgan team at the time in Ranger School. So that's like a week of just smoke session. That's like, you're just getting smoked for the whole week. You do the whole Ranger Creed and anything that you fail at, and there's a lot of that, you get smoked. There's a lot of running, a lot of push-ups, a lot of pull-ups, the Darby Queen obstacle course until you die.
Have you ever heard the term qualifying?
A little bit of that.
This is my favorite hazing story of all time. Rangers are so fucking creative. But do you want to explain qualifying? This shit's hilarious.
Grabbing the trunk of a tree upside down.
So, hold on. The old warmies, the old army warmies were just like these brown, what do you call them? Warmy
Bear suits.
pants
Yep.
and a brown sweatshirt. So you look like a little bear. And somebody told me this at the agency who was a ranger. And you're the first ranger I've ever had on. So, but the way it was described to me is when they say, go qualify, you got to get down on all fours and run like a bear to the tree and climb in your little warmies and hang upside down on the tree until they tell you that's enough.
Good stuff, man. It's good stuff. Yes, all that. Yeah, good times. I mean, at the time, it's just whatever it takes, right? You can't smoke me, this because that's what you want to do, right?
And they make you growl.
You growl and do all kinds of stuff. Well, even the dying cockroach, they tell you to say stupid things too. Like, I'm a dying cockroach, It's like, whatever. Yeah, the duck walks.
Oh, yeah.
Quack, quack. Let me hear you, right?
Yeah.
Quack, quack. Yeah, it's total smoke session. But so they do that. I get into Ranger School finally. I mean, this is what I wanted. This is exactly what I wanted. There is nothing they could do to me that would like dissuade me. I can qualify it. I don't care. You can't kill me. And if I die, then okay. Then I'm dead. I won't know any difference.
Yeah.
So it was just what I wanted to do. There was nothing they could do. I did everything they wanted me to do and then some. Never complained about it. And I went through, so from the different phases then in Ranger School, you're at Fort Benning for a while. So you did the city week. At the time you did the Morgan team, the harassing week. Then you did the city week. And
What's the city week?
it's less harassment, but you're starting to get into the training. So you're learning communications, patrolling, small unit tactics, and those kind of things. A lot more of the obstacle course. And then then at the time there was a desert phase, a Florida phase, and a mountain phase. And each one is, I don't know I don't know about it, but they're TDYs. So temporary duties, right? You have to be on TDY orders. In order to be TDY, you have to be assigned somewhere. So everybody that goes to Ranger School is assigned to the Ranger department, and then those are other TDYs within a TDY, right? These are all administrative things I have no idea about then. And but now I can't go TDY because they're having difficulty with getting me TDY orders because I'm still on orders to go to Fort Ord, California, right?
Yeah.
But I'm assigned to regiment headquarters. I'm only assigned, so that was the issue they were having. I don't know any of this is going on. I'm just waiting for another Ranger class. So I go through Morgan team, CD week, I can't leave Benning. Class takes off, and they go do desert. So I wait for the next class to start. The first time that happened, I'm waiting right there at Ranger School. I don't go back to regiment headquarters and hang out or anything. I just wait for the next class that's coming through, and I'll just join them. And then by the time we get to the deployment to the desert, I'll just join them and jump in, drive in, whatever, with that class. Well, I get to that point, still don't have my orders. So they pull me aside and say, we can't TDY to desert phase onward. Like, okay. So then they tell me to go wait at regiment headquarters. Wait for the next class, we'll give you a call. You don't have to do the PT test again. You don't have to, we already know you're good. You'll join the next class that comes through. And that happened 2 or 3 more times. And I finally get to the point where I'm at a break. Now, I was married, 2 small kids, and they're in Columbus, Georgia, in an apartment this whole time, just waiting for me to get done with Ranger School, which is getting prolonged over time. And what ended up happening, well, ultimately what ends up happening, I get assigned to regiment headquarters, which is fine. But my orders that were going to Fort Ord, California, at the time, were overriding everything. That was the priority of the Army, to fill these 7th Infantry Division with these slots, right? So I was a no-show. Apparently, I was a no-show. And what does that mean, right? I'm absent without leave, right? I'm AWOL, according to Fort Ord personnel, right?
Shit.
I never signed in. So from the time I graduated infantry school, I signed in fine. Did everything with regiment, got smoked, and everybody's fine with it. Regiment was fine. All the folks that were there. Was he a first sergeant or sergeant major Guerrero at the time who was there? He was really fighting for me because that's infantry branch headquarters there at Fort Benning. He was fighting for me he's like, he wants to be here and we want him. He's passed all the tests to be here and we're trying to get him assigned here permanently and scratch this other assignment. And they couldn't do it. So ultimately there's 3 or 4 or 5 Ranger classes that I get bumped and keep going through the initial phases through. And ultimately we get to a point where I am almost, well, as far as they know, I'm ready to go. I can go through the initial, the first phase again, and then deploy with this class and start going to the desert, go to Florida, go to the mountains, all that other stuff. It's been hashed out at infantry headquarters. Well, I get to that point. Now there's a Christmas break. Now I get to a point where there's a Christmas break in Ranger School. So I go back. I go home for the first time in a while. And then my wife at the time says that they haven't had a paycheck in a while. So I put in this thing.
Shit.
I put in this thing for a pay inquiry. And they're all fine with it. Go to regiment headquarters, personnel NCO. He sets me up with everything. He's like, go here, give him this form, and you'll get your paycheck. So I do that. And they give me some money. And I go on my way, right? Get Christmas break. I go back before I go on Christmas break. And there's not another direct deposit. I was like, well, I'm getting ready to go sign back in the Ranger School, finish Ranger School. And I go back, personnel. They give me the form again. I go to the finance in Fort Benning. And I'm sitting at this pay cage, just like I did before, having this form. And the specialist is sitting behind the counter said, she looks at my stuff and she looked at something and she said, hold on a minute. And she leaves, goes back, and there's this captain that comes out and looks at me. And I'm in starched jungle fatigues. And I got Ranger scroll and my shaved head and, spit shine jungle boots. And captain looks at me and looks at my name tag and looks down at some paperwork. It says, Corporal Poras, is that how you say your name? I was like, roger that, sir. He's like, hold on a minute. So he goes to get a major. And meanwhile, while they're going to get this major, there's people in the finance building that are behind me, and I recognize a lot of activity. It's just a pay cage. It's a finance section. It's personnel just going. There's MPs that come in, and and I noticed the MPs. I was like, okay, I mean, that makes sense. It's a finance place, and I guess they do finance stuff. Whatever. And they're standing behind me. I was doing one of these things. Like, what's that all about? The major comes in. Comes back to the cage and said, Corporal Poras, you're going to have to go with these gentlemen. And I was like, what just happened? What happened? And he explains to me as the MPs are behind me, and one of the guys grabs my, behind my arm, right? And he's like, and one hand on my shoulder, and, he's getting custody of me. And I was like, what's going on? And the major explains to me, he's like, well, according to this, you're AWOL. And I looked at him. I looked at the MP. I was like, do I look like an AWOL soldier?
Holy shit.
Does this look like an AWOL soldier? I was like, he goes, and he looked at my, shoulder, and he's like, and he sees the regiment scroll, and he's like, and he said, sarcastically, smart ass, he's like, is that where you're saying you're assigned? I was like, that's where I am assigned. All I need to do is get my money, put it in the bank for my wife and kids to live on while I go back to Ranger School and do my thing, right? And it wasn't that simple apparently. MPs, I go with the MPs to the MP station, and regiment headquarters, sergeant major, 2 NCOs that were with me and ripped rope, who know who I am and vouched for me. They said, nope, he's with us. He's assigned to us. He's not AWOL. He's assigned to us. We have him on our rolls. And so eventually they get me out, break me out of jail. But it was never resolved. So then I get into the admin nightmare of trying to correct the admin paperwork stuff, and they couldn't. Regiment at the time didn't have the pull to do that for me, and probably wasn't worth doing it just for Corporal Poras anyway. So that was I took that pretty hard because they said you have to go sign in at Fort Ord, California.
Holy shit! After all that, they still made you go over there.
Yeah, to get this, to correct this, go sign in. We know your story. Just when you get there and sign in, we'll take you back. You're going to have to do your time, 18 months or whatever it is. But, come back when you want to. Just put in the paperwork. But we can't correct it. Yeah, that was disappointing. Then go to Fort Ord and sign in, start getting paychecks.
Damn.
Yeah.
No shit.
Yeah. Oh, that really. I mean, I was part of the community for a little bit, but I think bad time. So I was AWOL for I think over a year, is what they had me. So all this whole time I'm doing Ranger stuff, right? I'm just living the dream. I'm jumping out of planes with everybody. I'm going on these exercises that are there. I'm benning. Yeah, I was having a blast. It's like I made it, right? I got here, right? And then that happened. I was like pretty disappointed in the Army and everything at that point. I was like, well, that was one of the times oh, this is it then. If I can't do that, then this is it.
Yeah, I can't even imagine.
Yeah, that kind of sucked. But it's a minor setback. I ended up, taking troops. That was my thing. I mean, E5, E6 I made while I was there. I ended up going to Panama with the 7th Infantry Division in Just Cause. I was,
What were you guys doing down there?
7th Infantry, we did, we infilled for Operation Just Cause into downtown Panama City. So we shared the city with the 82nd Airborne and normal patrolling, direct action stuff, raids, and cool infantry stuff, which is a lot of. So as a leader, in an infantry squad as a corporal, then a sergeant, and then a staff sergeant. I have a squad. I just love the lifestyle, the infantry grunt stuff, and being a leader of grunts, right? Just doing grunt stuff. Plus my experience in the 82nd at that point, my experience with the Ranger Regiment at the time. So I just did the same thing right there, which is not traditional because it's regular infantry stuff. You don't jump out of planes. You're not sexy. It's just straight leg infantry stuff. But I was always grabbing my guys, hitting the woods, get your rucksack, let's go. Individual movement technique training, smoke sessions with sandbags. Used to get SAM. I learned that in RIP. do IMTs with sandbags. Pick up sandbags, run 1, 2, 3. I'm down. I'm up. They see me. I'm down. So everybody thought I was crazy for doing that, but eventually, of course, they whined and complained. We're going on why isn't anybody else out on a road march today? And I was like, well, because they're not with me, right? I'm not in charge of them. I'm in charge of you guys. We're going marching, or we're doing IMTs, or we're doing buddy carries. Down in the woods. Up and down hills. This Fort Ord has rolling hills, so there's some pretty decent terrain to do all this kind of good stuff.
Yeah,
and I was just as a junior leader, I loved that aspect of it. Having a team and then having a squad, and then I had 2 gun teams attached to me so at the time we had M60 machine guns and the infantry rifle squads and platoons. I just loved every minute of that. Knowing how to maneuver, my little element, my little kingdom, right, in the infantry world, how to maneuver this and we got an opportunity to do that in Just Cause. That was like culmination exercise. I couldn't have asked for it at a better time. And then all after that, even in my contracting days later on, I kind of resort to that on some of the things that, that's a lot to get, if you're a leader, to get troops, your troops to do things that they wouldn't naturally do on their own, under stress, under fire, and then they do it without question when you ask them to finally, right? And then, so for me, that was my Just Cause experience, right? I didn't have to coach them anymore. I didn't have to say things twice. I just barked out a command and they were moving. And even in some cases, they were doing it before I said anything because I knew that was coming. So for me, that was the best experience I could have had to like validate a lot of things that, you don't ever know when you're training to go to war or battle, how you're really going to act and how your troops are really going to act.
How many guys were you with? Or how many guys were you in charge of?
Well, typical infantry rifle platoon companies and stuff like that, I had a plussed up squad. And that was because, one reason for that when we went to Just Cause is because they trusted me with a maximum amount of troops. So 2 fire teams of 4 guys, plus 2 machine gun teams, which is 3 guys per machine gun team. Plus us up with any number of other folks just in any particular raid to support that kind of stuff. So the battalion commander at the time, great guy, former SF guy, he was doing his time in the infantry ranks to do his sergeant major time. Asked for me specifically on a couple of things. Hey, let Sergeant Poras do this because he's got his guys ready to go and all this kind of. So for me, that was huge. I was like, oh, cool. He's asked specifically that I do these things and not anybody else. And I was like, I don't know why, but hell yeah, let's do this thing.
Yeah.
And a neighbor of mine who was on a tow platoon, they used to cordon the areas that we'd go into for the raids. And he was saying, as I'm marching, you know, they had vehicles, they had tow vehicles, and they'd go cordon off this area, and here comes me and my guys marching into this area, and I'd always say hi. It's like, hey man, I want to say Jim was his name. It's like, hey Jim, and he's a smoker. He's got his tow guys cordon. He's like, I think my call sign was Black Sheep at the time. He's like, Black Sheep, why are you always the one? You out here again? It's like, hell yeah, man. Here we go again, right? Just like the infantry, like running, song. It's like, here we go again. Hey, we're here. Might as well do this, right?
Yeah.
And then off in the jungles we'd go into these little shanty towns and disappear from his sight. But he's like, man, you are glutton for punishment. I was like, well, as I'm walking past him, I was like, well, that's what it's all about, man.
Hell yeah, dude. Well, hey, let's take a little break. And then when we come back, let's get into a little more specifics on what you were doing down in Panama.
Yeah, sounds good.
I want to give a big thank you out right now to all the Vigilance Elite patrons out there that are watching the show right now. Just want to say thank you guys. You are our top supporters and you're what makes this show actually happen. If you're not on Vigilance Elite Patreon, I want to tell you a little bit about what's going on in there. So, we do a little bit of everything. There's plenty of behind the scenes content from the actual Shawn Ryan show. On top of that, basically what I do is I take a lot of the questions that I get from you guys or the patrons, and then I turn them into videos. So right now, there's a lot of concern about self-defense, home defense, crimes on the rise, all throughout the country, actually all throughout the world. And so we talk about everything from how to prep your home, how to clear your home, how to get familiar with a firearm, both rifle and pistol, for beginners and advanced. We talk about mindset. We talk about defensive driving. We have an end of the month live chat that I'm on at the end of every month where we can talk about whatever topics you guys have. It's actually done on Zoom. You might enjoy it. Check it out. And if Zoom's not your thing, or you don't like live chats, like I said, there's a library of well over 100 videos on where to start with prepping, all the firearm stuff, pretty much anything you can think of, it's on there. So anyways, go to www.patreon.com/vigilanceelite, or just go in the link in the description. It'll take you right there. And if you don't want to, and you just want to continue to watch the show, that's fine too. I appreciate it either way. Love you all. Let's get back to the show. Thank you.
This was totally different. This was like I was dying, but I didn't care about anything. Nothing. I saw my head split into two from the top down. I saw our waterfall several times. And I said, okay, I'm ready to do it again.
Were you nervous again?
I was nervous again, but I knew there was more. And it's not, you don't know what else there is, but you know that there's more. Essentially, what's happening is you're entering this higher level of consciousness that you've not experienced before, and you don't want to come back. And I just started yelling at the top of my lungs. I was like, go in there! Go in there! Get in! And I knew what it was like to die. All right, so we're back from the break. You're down in Panama, Operation Just Cause. This is when we pulled Noriega out, correct?
Yep.
So let's talk about some of the day-to-day operations you were doing down there,
Yeah.
running grunts.
Oh man, it was awesome. It's like the culmination exercise, live fire exercise you'd ever ask for, right? With live fire coming back. And my first experience with that, and as well my guys, a lot of good stuff, a lot of good lessons learned for me personally. And now there's this, it was an incredible experience, I thought.
Did you
funny stories,
understand?
too.
Did you understand the mission that was going on down there before you went?
I did. Yeah. So we were down there as an organization that summer prior to that.
Okay.
So we were escorting the convoys up and down the canal, doing a lot of stuff. And this is as things are deteriorating down there. We're down there to when that's happening, doing all the convoy escorts up and down the Panama Canal. Training with 7th SF group that was down there. We're doing a lot of that stuff. And I actually left that summer in May and June to go to SFAS, to the SF selection course. I left, went to Bragg, went to SF selection course, loved every minute of it, because then I had it was one of my other wild hair moments.
Hold on. So did you ever become a ranger?
No.
You never became a ranger?
No. I got the regiment, but never went to ranger
My
school
God.
and never was permanently assigned there.
No shit.
Yep.
All right. Well, fuck. I thought we had a ranger on here. Okay.
Not yet. Yeah, so I left, went to SFAS, went to that. I was supposed to go to Q course after that. And that's when we actually we spend the summer there, doing all the escort stuff. We come home actually about Thanksgiving time in '89, right? I think I'm getting those dates right. And we're off rotation. So our sister elements and brigades are going down there to assume the escorts and all that other stuff. The patrol missions and the training with 7th group and all that stuff. And then December 20th, a month later, Panama Just Cause goes down and we get alerted, fly out, go back to Panama.
Can you explain what that was all about for the listeners?
Well, so I guess it was time to let Manuel Noriega, who we empowered to do what he was doing down there, to take back the power from him because he got a little overzealous with it. So somebody we put in power, out of control, powers that be here in the States, out of the White House at the time, decided to, I guess, indict him for his criminal acts. One of which, eventually, unit has one of the rescues out there, Kurt Muse. They do that when they're down there. Funny experience with the unit. I'm not at the unit at the time. I'm with 9th Infantry Regiment, the 7th Infantry Division at the time, but doing great things as a grunt, junior leader. So one of those things, I got this Death Blossom story. So talk about communications and getting grunts to do on a whim. You don't have to talk, or as soon as you say something, they're on it, right? One of the things I used to say right before we went on a hit down there was, because it's get, despite all the confusion, and they were scared, and it's like, well, what if this happens? What if this happens? Like, okay, hey, cool your jets, man. If you see me shooting at something, find something to shoot at. Bottom line, just do that. All right? So I didn't think about that at the time when I said it, but we go on this raid, and we're going to get this one dude who's apparently one of the Battalion 2000 was the Noriega's army at the time, the army down there that went rogue. And now we were training them, they're friends, now they're our enemies, just like Noriega was. We go, well, first of all, it's down this narrow, like, it used to be storage units, just one row, an alleyway. Let's just call it an alleyway. It's Panama City, so it's just a narrow street. And with these little storage units, which they turned into homes. So now they're occupied by people. And one of these units was the guy we were after. And I have the traditional infantry guys with me, the infantry tables of organization and equipment, right? My 203 gunner. So as we're going down this narrow passageway, I'm leading on the left. I have a 203 gunner on my right side across the street, and we're leading both down both ends of the street. And I told Smitty, was my 203 gunner, I say, hey, when I stop, you stop, right? So if we don't hear each other or you don't hear me, when I stop, you stop. If I'm shooting something, find something to shoot. And he's got the old school grenadier vest on, and they're stacked with all these HE 40 mic rounds and a couple of smokes, and it was a daytime raid. And we offload the vehicles, and we get to this last covered and concealed position, and it's a sprint to the door from there. So down this, it wasn't a long sprint. And as we're going, I'm crouched down and, face to the front. And I look to my right, and I see Smitty across the way. And literally from here to that wall is the width of the street we're on. And I see him crouched down. But his legs, when they come up, they're kicking out from his vest, the 40 mic on the bottom row of his vest. And I was like, well, he's got plenty left of his vest when we get there. And it's such a small place. We're probably not going to use it. I'm probably not going to ask him to use that anyway. So I was okay with that. It's just he's dropping some rounds. We'll pick those up afterwards, after the assault, right? Assault goes down. Well, let's get to this assault. So there's a little break on my side. There's a break which we're going to go set up on this door. There's a break in the row of storage units, homes, and it goes out to the jungle, right? And that was just where the kids played and everything. It was just a break in the facility, the structure. And that's where I was going to go set up right around the door. So you're around the corner, and there's the door. So I set up, and we were going to tell him in Spanish. I had one of my guys spoke fluent Spanish. We're going to tell him to come out, kind of thing, something to that effect, or we're coming in after you, right? You're wanted by this, that, and the other thing, and we're coming in after you if you don't come out. So he said he has his wife and kid in there. And we said, okay, we'll send them out so they don't get hurt. And sent them out. We grabbed them up, scooped them up, took them off. And as soon as they went, a couple of our supporting elements that came to pick up the wife and kid, they take them out of the way. As soon as they came, as soon as they disappeared and they were safe, I rounded the corner, right? Doors, I'm looking through the window and the door, and I'm waiting for this guy to come out or do something. And my guy's talking to him. It's like, come out now or we're coming in. And he wanted to put up a fight.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah. So I backed up a little bit. So I'm on a knee. I'm looking inside the door and looking at this window. And I have this support by fire position. Now I'm talking the width of this room is the width of this lane. Support by fire position had 2 machine guns. They're M60 machine guns back to old school days. They're that close to this building.
Holy shit.
And I said, come out or we're coming in. And I wasn't planning on doing that. Just that, I don't know, it's like the guns are going to open up first, and then we're going in afterwards. Typical infantry raid, right? Mm-hmm. Support by fire opens up. They do their job. Okay, cease fire on the guns, and then we'll go in. Clean up the mess. Well, he says he's not coming out. So, decision time for me. I was like, well, I didn't expect him to say that, all right? But he sent his family out, family's safe, now he's going to fight. So I backed up a little bit. I'm on a knee, so I just sit on my foot, and I looked back behind me to my rifleman, but he's my speaker, my linguist. I said, tell him we're coming in. I took a frag out of my kit, And I said, tell him we're leading with this and coming in afterwards. And so he told him, come out or, yada, yada, yada. And we're coming in. And he said something about fragmentation. So my Spanish wasn't so good at the time. And he said he's not coming out. Ramirez, my guy, he's like, hey, Sergeant P, he's not coming out. So I was like, roger that. Did the whole, hey, pulling my pin, showing everybody that was behind me. And I threw it in the door. The game, douche, right? So as soon as I threw the grenade, I backed up against the wall. So I'm crouched down. I'm backed up against the wall and waiting for the explosion, right? And so they're all thatched roofs. And there's cinder block that are making these storage units, and now they're homes. And thatch stuff just starts flying. There's debris everywhere. And right above us, fragmentation is coming through the cinder block, right? And I was sitting there thinking, just loud as hell, man. Just douche, everything explodes. And I see everything flying, and I look back at the wall and the frag holes. I was like, oh, man, that wasn't such a good idea, right? And I'm looking down the line like, okay, everybody's still good. We're still good. So off we go. I said, let's go, follow me, or something to that effect. I rounded the corner and guns in. And they had this little partition. It's a small room. This little partition where it separated the room. I yelled gun on the coffee table. Ended up to be a toy gun. I yelled gun as I'm going through the door. And I see this partition. And if somebody's hiding in there, that's a good place to hide. So I just stitched the wall, right? So total grunt raid stuff, right? It's not like surgical fires and, target ID and all this shit. I just fragged this place, so we're going in blazing, right? I go in and yell gun on the table and start stitching this wall. And what did I tell my guys? If you see me shooting, find something to shoot at.
Oh, shit.
So the two guys that were coming in with me, there was 4 guys that were on the entry team. One stayed at the door and took outside security, and the other 2 guys joined me as they're right behind me, and I'm just stitching this wall. What did Sergeant P do? What did he say last? Find something to shoot. And they're just stitching walls. I was like, and I hear them shooting, and it's loud as fuck. And it's like, okay, my side's clear. And they're like, I wait for the lull and fire. And they're like, clear. And they're yelling clear, and all this other shit. And I look back behind the kitchen little thing that I shot at, and there's nothing there. And there's a little bedroom, or a little room, which is their bedroom, and somewhat of a bathroom. And that's where he was hiding underneath a bunch of furniture. We go in there and look around. This place has just been fragged. There's still that thatch roof stuff, dust in the air, and the frag and the cement cinder block debris everywhere. We can't hear anything because we just fired 3 guns in our ears. And Ramirez is yelling at this dude like come out, are you hurt, or all this other things. And by then I'm thinking, surely this dude's like near death at this point, right? And he's underneath this 2 mattresses, and he pulled something. It was like some sort of a bookshelf or a shelf, but over him. And we took all that stuff off and got him at gunpoint. And he had his hands already up. He's on his back and he has his hands up. And I look at him, and he's clean as day, right? And he only has on shorts. So he doesn't have any other clothing on or anything. He has on shorts and thongs or whatever, slippers or whatever the hell he had on his feet. And it's like, how does this guy not have any holes in him? And I had Ramirez talk to him. He's like, are you okay? You have anything hurt? And I'm doing like an initial assessment on the guy at the same time. Not a scratch on.
Holy shit.
The only thing he couldn't do or had complaints about was his hearing. He couldn't hear anything. So I flex tied him, got him up, hooded him, took him outside, got him out of the way. And I was thinking the whole time that, post-assault procedure kind of stuff. So we go in there and look around and do the SSE thing, and his his little cabin, whatever that is. And then the people started coming out from their homes in their doorways and asking, they thought the 203 gunner, Smitty, going in, as dropping the 203s, was mining the roadway going in. So they thought they were landmines. Yeah, they thought they were landmines.
Shit, how many of those things did he drop?
It's like half a dozen of them. And I looked around. I was like, no, there's no landmines. Are they saying landmines? Like, asking them specifically, like landmines. And Ramirez was like, yep, no, they're landmines. And I looked down the street, and I can see the Golden Egg Trail, right? I was like, oh, is that what they're talking about? And they said yes. And I was like, oh, hey, tell them we'll take them. We're going to pick them up on the way out. Get Smitty on the radio. Hey, come pick up your grenades. And that was it. That was the Death Blossom story, because we're back to back just shooting up this little room. But it was like, then I was thinking, well, okay, maybe I need to work on my communications a little bit with these guys, not quite go.
Just find something to shoot.
Yeah. And they did exactly what I told them to do. Yeah. But a lot of things like that. Throughout Panama, raids, raid after raid after raid. We're going after, a lot. It turned into a lot of like territories. Like us, one territory or one group is wanting us to go after their competition.
This sounds like Afghanistan.
Yeah, and so, but we're just grunts and we don't know any better. We're just passing the information on from the street, the intel. Let them do whatever they need to do. It goes through the system, comes down from battalion headquarters. These are the missions, and then we go on a raid. But it did. It was. That's all it was. Everybody wanting us to go after their competitions and pass around the drugs and all that other stuff that was going on. But I got a lot of experience raiding.
Yeah. How long were you down there?
Through the holidays, we ended up redeploying, so probably 2 to 3 weeks on the street doing patrols and raids and stuff like that. And then because we redeployed probably, I want to say by the end of January of 90, had to have been at least by then. Yeah, we had a Christmas raid. So another thing I learned too. So this raid I called Christmas raid in the op order. It was on Christmas Day. We were patrolling through. We had to patrol through the shanty town to get there, and the guys that I had leading. So there's this little kid that we got. He's going to lead us to the house in the shanty town, because it's a shanty town. You can't make heads or tails of it. Nobody can tell, go down this street because there's no street names. So we had this little kid that came out, or one of the people that was in the village said, we'll lead you to it. Well, I'll send you somebody to lead you to the house. So this little kid shows up. It's like 10 or 11 years old. And that's who we had to lead us into this raid. And that even got me a little nervous.
Yeah.
Because some of the places he was walking through, I was like, well, this is where we're going to get hit. Somebody's setting us up for an ambush, right? And that kind of was prevalent in the guys. And I didn't say that to anybody, but the guy had leading, he had stopped. He halted the patrol. I came up to see what was happening, and the kid kept walking and disappeared into the shanty house. And where we stopped wasn't a good place to stop, because it was like everybody, including myself, was thinking, like, woodline jungle, can't see anything. It's at night, and then shanty town. This is where we're going to get hit. So I was just like, hey, keep moving, keep going. And he was literally frozen. He said, I can't go any further. He's like, hey, Sergeant Perry, I can't do it. And I said, can't do what? He goes, oh, I can't go forward. I think I'm going to lead everybody into an ambush. I can't do this. And I was like, all right. leadership decision going on right here in my head, going, what do I do now? We're already going to this target. Support elements are in position. So I said, all right, follow me. Let's go. And then found this kid. The kid, is doing this whole thing. I was like, all right, this little kid, if he steers in the wrong direction, that's another thing I got going on my head. Like, what am I going to do with that kid, right? But he led us to this house, past the support positions, and finally American Faces in the shanty village is like, whoa, who's that? It's like our support position. Finally get to this place, raid the place. All the things you ever talk about in breaching, like bad happen, right? Sledge through the door that goes through the door and gets stuck, all these things. And it's it's a shanty village, and it's in a bad part of it's Panama. So
yeah.
it's wet ground, and so the house is on stilts. So this is raised.
She's like out in the fucking jungle.
Yeah, it's raised about waist level. So there's rickety steps that go in through the front door, and they're just steps. It's not like something you can stack on and all these other things, right? And then it's just a plywood shack, and with a plywood door, and the door's locked. It had a padlock on it. So the guy I had up there first with the bolt cutters, he was going to cut the lock and then open the door. I said, just hit it with the sledgehammer. The whole door and the wall is going to go down when you hit it with a sledgehammer, and then we're in position to cover everything by fire, right? So it's elevated about waist level, and so he has to swing this sledge at this knob, or the attaching point. It wasn't really a doorknob, but he has to swing the hammer over his head. So as he's swinging it over his head, sticks in the door and gets stuck. And then it's like, oh God, worst nightmare. It's like, and go, right? Stuck. Oh my God. And everybody's bumping into each other because we're getting ready to run into this place and assault this building, this room. And then it was just like, stepping over our guys to get in because the steps gave away. They under the weight of the first two guys that got on these wood steps. They're wet, they're dilapidated, they're rickety, and to get into the front door, stepping over our guys, just to crawl into the threshold of this door, and then from a kneeling, laying position, starting to clear this room. It was just the worst thing imaginable. But it's like, everything doesn't always work out perfectly.
Yeah.
You get to go in, all cool and sexy and shit.
Did you get him?
Yeah. Yep, rolled up the guy. He was rolled up. He squirted out the back, which we had guys back there and a support team that was watching the back. They wrapped him up out back when he came out, cuffed him, hooded him, took him back, detained him and all that good stuff. And he did have a bunch of stuff in there that I guess was used against him in his the drug wars down there.
Okay.
Yeah, so that ended up to be a pretty good deal, despite the clown jackassery going on to get in this place.
Nice.
But it's like, I was like always ingrained in my head, like, okay, well, it isn't always cool. It doesn't always look sexy.
Yeah.
But as long as you get the job done, mission success.
Yeah.
And nobody got hurt either. So.
Well, 9 times out of 10, you don't look as stupid as you think you do.
Yes.
But, so you guys were doing stuff like that just about every day down there.
Yeah, it was pretty busy there for a while. One of the first nights there, my potential, so unit guys are down there, right? And my task as a grunt on the ground the first night, we get to this one position, and it's a blocking position. And apparently the Battalion 2000, the group, fled out of the city into the jungle, and they're coming back on a counter assault the night that we get there. And so that's what they tell me. We're going to plus you up with extra guns and all this other stuff, and I'm going to be the first one they hit, run into you. I was like, oh, all right. All right, good on me, man. Be careful what you ask for kind of stuff, right? A lot of funny things happened that night. Spanish, not such my strong point. As we're waiting for this new counteroffensive, there's one of my guys on the perimeter, and it's thick. It's a neighborhood, but it's thick jungle still. Here's a guy walking down the street. He has a gun, and he's making his way down the street. And I hear these whisperings going on, and they're calling for me. And Sergeant P, and they're calling me Sergeant P the whole time. Sergeant P, Sergeant P. It's like I finally get there. I'm fucking low crawling into this position. It's like he does the enemy that way. He's like, "How do you say get down in English?" I was like, or in Spanish. I was like, and we'd been there down the whole summer. We'd worked on our Spanish on all of those terms, and total brain fart, right? It's like, oh my God, here's our time to shine, right? And I couldn't think of it. I was like, and I jump out of the bush, out of the jungle, point my gun at him, and I said, "Get on the ground, motherfucker." And he stops, he drops his gun and gets on the ground, and I was like, that's how you say get on the ground in Spanish. And then get him wrapped up and send him back and all this other stuff. But then next morning, we have this corner, my corner, tastic. So, well, before I get to the daylight, that night we're putting up stuff, blocking stuff, anything we can find. So we're taking apart walls. They have these little cinder blocks that they make their decorative walls out of, right? So we're relocating all this stuff to make, speed bumps, hurdles, something for cars that can't get through behind us on a residential street. We're carrying things from homes, whatever we can put on the street to make some sort of obstacle. And normal, traditional, like danger area crossing, right? I'm going across, set up a support position. I'm going to go across, set up support, and they follow me over. As I'm running across, I hear this little, noticeable noise, overhead fire. It's like the snapping. I was like, oh shit. I run back. I was like, motherfucker. I was like, did anybody see that? And they're like, no, we're looking. I was like, oh man, now we don't know exactly where it came from. Pitch black outside. And there's a street light at this intersection that we're trying to put this, some sort of obstacle in. And we're just totally fabricating this whole thing, whatever we can get. Trash cans, anything to put in the street and anchor them down so nobody would go down that street behind us. Because our position was facing the other direction. And I was like, all right, we got to get this done. All right, get in position, look. If you hear anything, light them up. So I grab my stuff, put it on my shoulder, start running across the street. If I can snap. I'm running. It's like, and I don't hear any gunshots from my guys. And I get to the far side, and I was like, what the fuck? You guys see anything? And it's like, we didn't see anything. I was like, oh, son of a bitch, because now I have to go back across, right? So I throw things on the street really quick just to throw it out there. And I was like, all right, you guys ready? It's like, eyes up, man, guns up. And on three, I'm running back across. And 1, 2, 3, I start running back across. Then snap. I was like, that son of a bitch. I was like, why aren't you guys shooting? What's going on? We can't see where it is. I was like, what now, right? So yeah. I put 2 guys. I was like, hey, I need one of you guys come across with me. Maybe you can see him from the other side. And then there's a small hesitation there. I was like, come on, you're going across with me. And Smitty, my favorite guy with the 203 guy, he's like, it's a under 203, right, on his M16.
Yeah.
And I said, hey, Smitty, stay here. Keep your eyes open. We're going back across. So we grabbed some more stuff to drag across the road. And snap. And nothing from Smitty. And I can't remember who it was that was with me. He's actually one of the guys that froze later on the Christmas raid. But he's running across. He's like, son of a bitch, shoot that motherfucker. This other crap. And Smitty's like, I can't see him. we dropped some more stuff on the road, and we're going back like this 5 or 6 times to build this barricade. And at one point, the last time I go across, I was like, okay, one more thing I'm going to put out there. We're going to call it quits. Barricades up. We're done. And screw this guy. We'll find him later. I'm thinking, I got to go to the middle of the street, make this final blockage in the road, and expose myself and everything, right?
Yeah.
To this dude. Now I'm going to give this guy a momentary, like I'm going to have to stop at one point, right? I was like, well, you guys fucking guns up, get this dude, and I'm not going to stay out there for long. So if you see this dude, take care of this guy. So I run out there. And as I'm running out there and I put the things down, I stop, like I hear a couple of snaps, and I stop. And I looked in the direction that I heard it coming from, like, all right, what, motherfucker? Give my guy something to shoot at, please.
Yeah.
And nothing. I didn't hear any fire at all. And then ran back off the road. So momentary pause, like, and then ran back into the woods to my guys, and I plopped down in the middle of them. I was like, nothing? They're like, negative, Sergeant. Negative, Sergeant. We couldn't see anything. And mostly because one of the guys was really scared, I think. But then we're like, all right, well, barricades up. We're good. Let's go back. Let's go get back in the fight. That morning, eventually where I end up going, unit guys are coming in this van, and they need to get to the church. What did they call the church? I can't remember what they called the church. Noriega went from to this the church, the Papal Nuncio.
Okay.
I think that's what they called it. So he goes there for sanctuary, and these unit guys that are coming down this road where the counter assault is supposed to happen. That night, I hear Spectre gunship just tearing somebody up down the road. Right, they're so close we can hear the howitzers, the 40 mics, all the machine gun stuff sounded cool as shit. And they're tearing somebody up. And it's jungle, so you can't see exactly what's down there they're shooting at. I can see the plane, and they're just firing up somebody. I'm thinking, okay, they're taking care of business. They're taking care of that counter-assault group. Well, from that direction comes these unit guys in a white panel van. And I got this street locked down with my guys, right? And there's cars now starting to try to get out of that part of the city. They're backed up. They're stopped. They're not going anywhere, which is good for me because it's blocking the whole road. And Smitty, my guy Smitty, he's down at the far end of this thing, and he calls on the radio, say, hey, Shawn Poras, you got to come down here. There's some guys in a white panel van. I think they're in the Army, and they want to get through. Now, this road is jumped up with cars that are wanting to leave, right? And plus our shit that we have in the road. And I was like, all right, hey, I'll be there in a minute. I go make my way down through this traffic of cars and get to this panel van. Hispanic male is in the passenger seat up front. It's a panel van. You can't see in the back. Driver looks like, he could be Panamanian, Hispanic of some sort. And I said, who are you guys? And they said, Army. Had an ID card, and they're in regular clothes. Had an ID card, and I looked at it, and I was like, looks legit, but I'm not used to Army guys dressed like this. I was like, what do you got in the back? You got anything in the back? And he said, yes. He's like, or something to the effect like, Roger, Sergeant, I have guys in the back, and they have guns, and we're trying to get to the Papal Nuncio, to where Noriega's being held, or he went for sanctuary. And I was like, well, I'm going to have to look in the back, and just to be safe. And he's like, all right, well, give me a minute. And he says something over his shoulder. And so I told Smitty, all right, typical clearing thing. You get the handle, I'll go guns up, look in the back, clear it, right? Smitty grabs the handle, he's got his gun up, and he grabs the handle. He's like, on 3, 1, 2, slides up. It's a slider, panel van. And there's these dudes in woodland camouflage, BDUs, Protex, and car 15s and all that shit. There's one guy sitting in the doorway like this, facing right at me, and he's got his U.S. flag, red, white, and blue. It's not subdued, and I can see that. Another guy I can see has one on his chest, and he's over his shoulder like this, pointing at me. And there's several. All I can remember is like this wall of guns looking at me.
Yeah.
And I recognize the red, white, and blue in this black Protex, the darkness of all the other colors, the white background of the panel van, because it was a white panel van. Red, white, and blue flags definitely stood out for me. And this dude's sitting there like this. And I'm looking at this like, oh, lowering my gun. It's like, Smitty, close the door. It's like, sir, you're good to go. And he's like, we need to get through here. I was like, no worries. And I said, part the waters. I said, make room for this van. It's coming through. And my guys just started telling everybody to get away. They went through. Come to find out later on, when I go to selection, just the next year, it's the unit guys, and it's the squadron that I'm actually going to eventually too.
No shit.
Yeah.
Real quick for the viewers. So unit guys are Special Forces Operation Group Detachment Delta.
Yep.
That's what you're talking about.
Yeah. And I heard about that when I went to selection. So I go through twice. And they were like, hey, were you in Panama? Don't just cause?
Are you shitting me?
I was like, yeah, they don't talk to you until it's at the end. So this happens at the end. And I was like, Roger Sharp. And they're like, huh. And then they take off. Because actually, so I got the selection, didn't make it the first time, but I made it through enough to where I got some sort of, I don't know, respect.
Is this selection for
the unit.
This is selection for Delta.
Yeah.
So you didn't.
This is the year after Panama.
Holy shit! So you didn't become a Green Beret either.
Yes, eventually
You did.
I went to the Q course. Yep.
Okay, we'll get to that.
Yep. So that was kind of, I didn't know what was happening because I didn't make it, but I went to the not make it shack. So I go through this whole thing. It's just a comical things of things that I did that time that I knew. I was like, there's no way I'm going to make this. There's no way. Because it was just one mistake after another, and you can't make mistakes because you're so pressed for time and you don't know the time. You're just running around in West Virginia mountains, trying to get somewhere fast. The rucksack on your back. This doesn't happen fast. But you do the best you can, right? And I was just one wrong move, one wrong, valley I'm running. I was just a mess. A lot of good stories out of that one too, but funny stories. I cracked my head on this rock. I'm making my way up this power line that's got all these rocks, boulders, and they're moss covered. And on a map, it looks like that's a clear spot. I don't have to walk through the woods and over all these deadfall and everything else, right? It looks like a clear path up this mountain. And it's not, because it's boulders, just huge boulders. They're moss covered. And I'm hopping from boulder to boulder. I slip on a boulder because it's moss covered. Rucksack drives my head into a boulder. I get this big old gash on my forehead. And I was like, okay, that hurt. But I'm still going. I get in the woods and I'm continuing up. I get to this one rendezvous point. And they don't talk to you there. They're very stoic, very in lines that they have to say, and that's it. One of them is, do you wish to seek medical attention? And it's yes or no. And I got to this point, and I see this cadre member, and he's just at a checkpoint, making sure that I'm not violating any roads and trails and doing what I'm not supposed to be doing, right? And he notices the blood dripping down my face. And he looks at me, and I see him looking here. I was like, oh, yeah, probably got a goose egg there, but I'm still good, right? I'm not quitting. And he said, do you, color number, because you're a color number only. You're not a person yet. And he said that, color number. He said, and he looked at me, looked at my forehead. I noticed him looking at my forehead. He said, do you wish to seek medical attention? I said, negative, sir. He's like, do you wish to seek medical attention? I was like, negative, sir. And I was like, why did he ask me twice? It's like, how bad does that look, right? And he asked me one more time. I said, negative, sir. He's like, all right, have a good one. And off I went. And I was stuck in my head the whole time. Like, why did he ask me? It's like, how bad does this really look? Right?
How fucked up am I?
And I got to the end. They do an inventory of what I have and weigh my rucksack and all these other things. And while they're doing that, look at my forehead and like, do you wish to seek medical attention? I was like, why does everybody keep asking me that? And I was like, no, don't pull me. If I see the doc, I'm getting pulled. I was like, no, I don't want to seek. I grabbed some stuff, handy wipes, stuff that I had in my back, my rucksack, and I'm wiping my forehead, and I could feel, a little knot in my forehead. I mean, things like that were happening this whole time. And I made it to the point where I guess it was decently enough to where they actually came up to me later in the going home shack, because there's a barracks for training, and then there's a go home barracks that you go to. It's like, I don't want to end up in those barracks. Ended up in those barracks. And the category members, as they're coming back through the camp, they made it a point to stop. Hey, Shawn Poras. And it was the first time they called me that. Hey, good job. Unfortunately, you didn't make it. Hope you come back. And were you in Panama last year?
You got to be shitting me.
Yeah. I was like, Roger, Sergeant. They're like, and then took off. And then I had 3 category members come up to do that. And I remember them to this day. And eventually I see him when I pass the second time and get to operator training course and the unit and all that stuff, and see him in the hallways. And the same guys, as we're passing the hallways, it's one of those things. They're already there, right? They already made it into the squadron. So when you pass them in the hallways, it's like, don't talk to those guys because they're like the real guys, right? And I'm just the wannabe still. And so you don't talk to them yet. But every time they pass me in the hallway, they're like, you're the Panama guy. And I was like, oh, shit.
What, were all 3 of them in the back of the van?
2 of them that I know were in the back of the van. One of the guys was up front. He's the guy with the ID.
Okay.
Yeah. They were asking me the whole time. And then they were also saying, because the Kurt Muse rescue, they got shot down from 9th. Whoever the infantry unit was down there. They're the ones who shot the helicopter down. So it's friendly fire that shot the helicopter down for the Muse rescue. So they were saying that. They're just harassing me, right? Being sarcastic about it. I was like, you're the ones who shot us down. I was like, no, it wasn't me. I was the one on the blocking position that let you guys go, right? I'm the good guy. But yeah, that was funny, in a whole war. There's always something that happens weird and, memorable that is not horrible,
So, how did you find out about that selection? I thought you were talking about selection to become a Green Beret.
No, I went in '89, went to SFS for Green Beret stuff. And then in the interim, I'm at Fort Ord, California, and then get orders to go to Korea. So I actually go to Korea. But before I leave, there's on the Armed Forces Network, on the military installation network, they'll actually post the recruiting, like the recruiters are going to be here for this unit at this time, this date. See your first sergeant and personnel NCOs to do this. And some people get cards. They get cards that they've already been administratively checked, and they get cards through the mail system to go to these meetings. But it's also on the installation network channel. And a couple of the guys that I knew had they got the cards mailed. I saw it on the channel. I was like, no, I'll go with you guys, see what this is all about. They had no intention to go. They just wanted to go see what the briefing was all about. And I had no idea. So that's never everything.
So you had no idea what you were walking into?
That's never something I ever said.
I didn't get a card, but I want to know what this shit's about.
Yes.
Okay.
It's like, what? Just like joining the army. I had no idea.
Nobody fucking invited me to this party. I'm going.
Oh, I'm going anyway, right? This is see what they're selling. I'd already gone to SFAS. Now, I didn't get my Q course date for the Green Beret stuff because I went to Panama. So this is another similar situation that I have at Regiment, right? When I go to Ranger Battalion. So I go to SFAS, I got a Q course date. The Q course date gets pushed back because now I'm in Panama just cause. So I get back, find out that my Q course date is over the 6-month window. I got to go back to selection before I get another Q course date. I was like, okay, whatever. I kicked it in the ass once, or it kicked me in the ass once. I could do it again, right? I survived it once. I could do it again. I said, yep, I'll do that again, sign up for another test. But in the interim, I'm moving from Fort Ord, California to Korea on those orders. And I see at Fort Ord, and the guys that I know had the cards, they're going to this briefing. I was like, hey, man, I'll come with you guys, see what this is all about. And it was a cool-ass video, right? It's like, and so any moment before that, you read it, and you only read about it in Gung Ho magazine, and at the old stockade they have those stories, right, on Fort Bragg, their original location on Fort Bragg, Soldier of Fortune, just stories that they're writing about the Ranger battalions and the unit and all this other stuff, all this super secret shit they do. Never, it was always good read, always motivational, but never a thought in my mind. It's like, wow, that's cool. Never thought that this is what I want to do. I was always thinking, that's pretty cool for those guys that do that shit. That's badass, right?
Yeah.
Never, ever like, this is what I want to do, right? It was super motivating to read about. I always thought, put them on this pedestal. Those are those dudes, man. That's awesome, right?
Yeah.
Never a clue that when I finally go to this briefing, and I'm still thinking. And so one of the things they do say at this briefing is, your only failure is your failure to try. I was like, that's what got me. I was like, cool videos. It's all the cool stuff. It's all the direct action stuff, and helicopters and little birds flying everywhere and fast rope, and it's all neat stuff. Guys in black stuff running through, doing CQB shit. I was like, that's badass, right?
Yeah.
Like, that'd be cool, So if that was something, if I knew somebody, yeah, that's fucking badass. And then that's the thing they said. A bunch of people asked questions. How long do you deploy and all this other stuff? And they said, well, we can't, disclose all this other stuff, but you'll be gone. This is your primary mission in life and all this other stuff. And they don't hold anything back. It's like, you're going to be deployed. You have to have, if you're married, yes, your spouse has to buy into this whole thing too, else you're not going to make it. Past all the selection stuff. I mean, it's a whole family thing or not at all. If it's not right, it's not right. And they'll tell you up front. It's good for some people, it's not for others. It's not for everybody. If this is what you want to do and you're married, have kids and all that stuff, that's a discussion between you guys, and you need to be 100% in, So they let everybody know that. So those are some things I was listening to. I was like, wow, that's pretty cool. And then the last thing it says, what's the harm in trying? Your only failure is your failure to try. I was like, oh, that's badass.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm going to do this.
How many people showed up to this meeting?
Oh, it was huge. It was in a post theater, right? So easily half of those seats were filled.
Wow.
Yeah. And
that's just one base.
Yep. And it was just one briefing. There were several briefings in this week that they were there, right?
Okay.
So they were going to have these briefings all week, and then the PT test for those that were interested at the end of the week. We'll do initial PT test, the initial screening for those that haven't been screened yet, and official application, and then go from there. And yeah, it was just, it was neat. It was neat to see all that kind of stuff going on. I was like, wow, still didn't see myself there. Like,
No shit.
This is me, right? I still didn't see me as doing this, but that thing about your only failure is your failure to try. I was like, holy shit. I was like, this is, I tried as hard as I could to get in the Ranger Regiment, and the Army shut the door, slammed the door on me. I get an open door to go to the Q course. Okay, good thing I get Panama, just cause out of this thing, get a lot of good experience there and life's experience out of that stuff, leadership stuff. But then that delays my whole Q course thing. And in my mind, and a lot of people, I think is pretty common to think that you should probably do some things before you get there, right? And I thought, well, I'm a grunt, man. I've marched 100-mile road marches, 50-mile road marches with rucksacks. I go on, get to, at the end of a 25 road march, we'll do a hit on a target. How hard can it be, right?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. totally underestimated my abilities, overestimated my abilities, underestimated what they were going to throw at me. But my mentality was, my whole mindset was, well, I'm not going to quit. I don't care what you throw at me. I'm going to do it the best I can. And then during the briefing, and when you get there in the initial briefings, it's like, just do the best you can. We'll assess whether that's good enough or not, right? So all those things is what just super motivated me to do that.
This was a relatively new unit at the time.
10 years,
correct?
yeah. 10 years into the thing, which is a interesting story I have because you do a panel interview at the end, right? But when I finally go, the first time, there's a lot of people that showed up there that didn't have any intention to do anything. They're trying to get out of deployments and all that other stuff, and they're not there to try. They're just there for other reasons, and of course they're going to fail out. But I get there. I don't know anybody in the unit at the time. I don't know anybody I do know two guys that tried back early in the 80s that left. No, so early in the 80s, this is really new, right? So this is 82, 83. That unit is just brand new, right? I mean, desert, the whole thing in the desert, right? That just happened a couple years before that. So I knew two NCOs that left, studs, triathletes, the whole thing. They go and they don't make it. That was another thing that kind of always stuck in my mind for almost 10 years, 10 years, something like that. That one guy came back with about 2 weeks. I don't remember the time frame. He came back and he's like, well, usually you come back from any training. And if you don't make it, you're a shitbag, right? Yeah. He came back. He's like, that was the best thing I ever could have done in my life. Unfortunately, I didn't make it. I'm not the person that they want. But he gave it everything he had. He goes, so good on him. Because if they want more than what I was able to give, that's fucking badass. He goes, I gave them everything I had, and it's not good enough. And they told me that, just like that. And I was like, wow, that's not normal either, right?
Yeah.
I was like, huh. And he was fine saying that.
That says a lot about that person.
He didn't come back and say, I'm a failure. I failed at this. He came back and said, I'm not going back because I literally gave him everything that I had, and I don't have any more to give. So I guess I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. Soldiering in the 82nd, right? The other dude comes back another week or two later. So he makes it further down the process. He comes back, doesn't make it, says the same thing. I was like, well, first of all, these two studs, I was like, holy shit, they didn't make it, but they're not complaining about anything. They're appreciative of the time that they spent. They're like, well, I guess I'm not what they're looking for because I gave them everything that I had. And they told me it wasn't enough. You're not the person that we want. All right, I'll do that. Because that's the one best place about that. Like, you don't have to, there's no false bravado stuff. It's upfront conversations. You're either good enough or you're not. You're putting out or you're not, right? And if you're not putting out, well, get your shit together, right? So honest, such an open environment to say, even in harsher terms, right? Like, get your shit together, or you're fucking hitting the bricks, right?
Yeah.
But you are never in any. You don't know where you stand, right? You're either good or you're not, and if you're not, you better get good or find another job. I mean, there's no animosity. There's nothing holding anybody.
It's just matter of fact.
There's no grudges. Yeah, there's nothing. I don't care where you came from. Just do your job. That's all we're asking you to do. Do this job. Do the best that you can. And now we're asking you to do more, right? So when you eventually make it in, it's like, yeah, you're expected to do your job and much more to the best and just get better. Just like be a professional soldier and then be a professional, like, commando. This is what you signed up to do. So they ask everything of you, and you put 110% into it. And if you're not doing that, then it's okay. But find somewhere else to work. So it's not. There's no like you do your evaluation, assessment, operator training course, and all that stuff, official selection. And then once you get there, though, it's like it's expected of you to do all that you can to be the best that you can every day you show up for work. And if you don't show up for work, or if you don't want to show up for work, okay, everybody gets burned out. That's fine. Just find another place to go work. Otherwise, if you show up for work, let's get it on, right?
Yeah.
Let's do it. I loved it. That was the best time ever. And there's some sacrifices. If you're going to be a professional and the best at what you do at that, there's some sacrifices that have to be made with family and free time and everything else. And yeah, because if you're not deployed, you're training to be deployed. You're constantly training to do your job. Then you do your job. Then you're training to do the next job. Then it's constant. And I can't imagine what it was like over the last 20 years with these guys, but I mean, it's just balls to the walls. And it was the most enjoyable time, though. I mean, the expectations of you and your expectations, I was never, all I wanted was the best out of you.
Yeah.
The whole time there. No matter what you did. It could have been shooting, moving, CQB, could have been breaching. That was my thing. It could have been anything. Could have been an R&D project. Do the best at it that you can. We want the best out of you, whatever you do. I mean, whatever it is. There was no need for a PT test or anything like that because that was part of your daily life.
Yeah.
Just the job itself. You could take a PT test any time of the day, any day of the week, and it'd be nothing to you. The running an obstacle course in the pool, right? I mean, that was like a daily thing. Hey, let's do at the end of every week, right? Somebody would come up. Hey, let's do some competition, right? It's going to involve running, shooting, moving, swimming, everything, right? Yeah. And every week, Thursday, right? Let's do it. Let's earn our weekend, and all week just training and running and gunning and motorcycles, ATVs, whatever it is, mobility training, whatever. CQB, let's hit homes and just go over and over and over, and then critique each other on everything, every like minor details. Very critical, and the best hot washes and after action, reports after anything that's done, right? Do a hit. Hey, what were you doing wrong here? Hey, where were you at during this time? What were you doing? Why did you do this? And then you just have to be accountable for yourself, right? And then hold your teammates accountable. It's like, hey, and it's sometimes a pretty harsh discussion to have. Say, hey, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Right? And they're like, what do you mean? It's like, well, what happened during this? And they're not taking it like, hey, man, don't say that to me. They're like, why? What'd you see? Right? And then you tell them what you saw, and they're like, oh, shit. Yeah, man. And they explain it. And it's like, all right, well, sorry about that, man. I thought you were out of it for a minute. Even like family problems, family issues. Say, hey, dude, you don't seem like you're here today, like 100% mentally. You need to take care of something. And then, let them go for the day. Hey, go home, take care of business, man. We'll see you tomorrow. No questions asked.
Yeah.
We need you here 100%. If you're not here today, then fine. Just go take care of business. Make sure everything's right, and we'll re-engage tomorrow. Nothing. I mean, it was just the best environment to be, like the best you can be.
Yeah.
I mean, you're there. I mean, the fact that you're there, like, that doesn't fall short on anybody that's there. It's like, and everybody is in that mindset. So, I mean, all-stars. It's all-stars competing against all-stars.
Yeah.
And it's not a angry competition. It's like a sarcastic, I got you this time, right? It's like, I'll get you next time, motherfucker. It's just always just, that competitive environment is just breeds the best. I mean, you can't do anything but get better at what you're doing, no matter what it is.
Let's talk about OTC when you got through selection. How was that broken up? What was the toughest portion for you? I mean, let's back up a second. So you went to selection. Did you realize what you had gotten yourself into?
So here's the deal when that came to me, right? So I didn't make it the first time. The dude, the Sergeant Major Fry, I'll say his name because he's since retired and all that stuff. Great dude, great guy. He was talking to me through the whole thing. And he's another one of the guys that I had talked to, was operational now in the training side of the house when he's bringing me on board. Just very matter-of-fact-ish. And he just kept saying, well, just do the best you can. That's all we're asking. And don't worry about that. You're worrying about, he didn't say, well, you're worrying about stupid shit, small shit. He just kept saying, don't focus on that. Just keep doing the best you can, and you'll be fine. That whole mentality through the whole thing was just awesome. But when I finally realized my second time through, that's why I even came back. So I made it pretty far. I didn't know how far I made it in the process, but I made it pretty decently. After I made it and I find out, oh shit, that was the point where I got cut the last time. I get back and really very smooth. And I attribute all that to just training. I didn't overtrain. I trained just good enough. I did make some of the same mistakes I did on navigation, but I made up for it. I knew I had to make up for it, apparently, because I made it. And eventually you make it to the end of this one spot, the official selection phase, and you're allowed to drink. You're told to have a seat, get on something warm and dry, and sit by the fire with whoever's there. There was 2 people that were there, other selectees.
That's it?
Yep. And
so there's 3 of you.
Out of that class, I think there was 12 total.
Fuck.
I'll try to.
How many
I think that's
people?
how many were in my OTC class.
12 people.
I think so. Yeah. And they have this the grog mix, whatever that is, fruit, wine, whatever they call that stuff. Drink that. It's horrible. Put on some warm socks, dry T-shirt, and all that shit. And then you're told you officially made it past the official selection phase of the process. It really didn't sink in. I mean, I was beat. I was just, just like ready to pass out.
You're like, what the fuck are we trying out for?
Yeah. Who are you guys? And then
I've never heard of this place.
there's nothing cool about what just happened. Where's all the helicopters and the cool stuff, right? And then there was the board. And when I realized the composition of the board members, they're all the senior the squadron commanders, unit commanders, sergeant majors, and at the time, so this is 90. They're all the plank owners. They're all the guys that were in Desert One, right? It's like they were the guys who were there who started the whole thing.
Damn.
Other than Schumacher had gone on since then. Beckwith has long since been gone out of the unit stuff by then. But all these guys were the assaulters, the troop commanders, the troop sergeant majors, and the assaulters and the snipers that were there for Desert One. And so you're just like kind of like this, right? You're sitting in a seat in the middle of this like 3 or 4 rows. It just seemed like a whole wall of faces at me. In the first row, unit commander, sergeant major. Schumacher was the commander at the time, and Bobby Little was the sergeant major. Keith Perdue eventually was my sergeant major. He's sitting there. And a couple of them, it seemed like all of them had a cigar. So that's all I remember, and they're sitting there, with their cigars, and I was like looking at them, starstruck, like as I'm panning this crowd, I was like, and starstruck is the only thing I can think of as a what I was thinking at the time. And I remember Sergeant Major Fry, he's off on the side, and he's the only recognizable face because he's been talking to me this whole time. And the psychs there, psychologists are there, and all this other stuff. And there's some questions there that they ask. I don't remember all of them, but the only thing I remember thinking, I just kept looking around. I'm doing my military scene, and they kept saying, relax. I was like, I am relaxed. What are you talking about? It's like, I am sitting here getting questioned by like the original guys. I was totally starstruck by the whole situation. I was like, what the hell am I doing here with these guys, right? And I was like, I was just a grunt, right? And that's one of the things they asked me. It's like, so we have guys that have done a lot of things in their careers, and they have a lot of experience and stuff like that. That was one of the things they asked me. It's like, what are you bringing to the table? And I'm looking at these guys, these Desert One dudes. I was like, I'm thinking, I got nothing. I was like, oh, well, so I'm an engineer. I know explosives. I started just rattling off. I was just nervously rattling off a bunch of stuff. And I'm willing to learn. I just want to do this, not only for myself, but for my country and all this other stuff. I was just randomly doing some other stuff. I don't even remember what I was saying exactly. And I was just thinking, what do I have to impress these guys with?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I was like, oh my God. And the other one question I do remember them asking, that one. And then we see you've been to, I have to explain the whole regiment thing, that I'm AWOL, right? They bring that up. And so I explain that away. And they say, okay, I see you've gone to Special Forces Selection. Between the two, this course and that one, what do you think was the most difficult between the two? And I'm not thinking what is the right thing to say, right?
Shit.
I said, because two totally different night and day courses, right? Because you're all on your own for that course. You don't have anybody to pull you through. You don't have anybody to pull through, to motivate you. It's all you in your head. Am I good enough? And am I going fast enough? And all this other stuff. That's a whole nother animal. Just that was tough. Because you're the worst. You're your own worst enemy, right? And that's holds true there. You get totally psychological mind fuck yourself into I'm not going to make it. It's like son of a bitch, right? And then back to yes, I am going to make it. Back to oh, I'll never make it like this. I'm back and forth, just horrible thing to go through. It's just tough. And I said because selection, SF selection, you're with a group of guys the whole time, so you always have somebody like a leader that I wasn't as a grunt. I can always like. Come on, move your ass and get up here. Guys who are falling out and stuff like that, you can yell at them and that motivates yourself to do better, right?
Yeah.
You're rotating, you're doing a lot of team stuff. So there's always somebody there to either, motivate you or for you to motivate them. And that's kind of what you do there. It's kind of the whole point behind that. The whole course is teamwork and all that kind of stuff. Make shit happen. Do the Jeep poles and just the heavy man. That's just weird team stuff. But that's the point. And so for that point, I said, at that moment when they asked me that question, I said, because it's so hard to motivate people who are ready to quit like that, right? You can't just say, well, then quit then, It's your job to motivate them to keep going. So I said, for that, and that aspect of my head is where I was going from. I said, probably SF selection course. And as soon as I said that, I was looking around the crowd. I was like, what a dumbass. What a dumbass. But I didn't change my mind. I stayed with it. And so I got this. Why would you say that?
They're like, we need to revamp this course.
Why would you say that? And I explained it, and they understood it because most of them have been through it, at least the process. And then it was like the only other thing is like, okay, go leave the room so we can talk about you and determine your future. I was like, oh my God. So I'm getting up from the chair thinking, oh my God, I just screwed everything up. Saying that, I'm just back into my head again going, oh my God, you just screwed it up. You did all this for nothing. I go, and Sergeant Major Fry gets me into this. So in the mudroom in these buildings, in a regular storefront too, they'll have an outer door and an inner door. Then there's always a vent to, like going into a restaurant, they have that a lot to keep the flies out and the weather out, or, there's a little, like a foyer between the two doors. And so that's where they put you. And I swear they turned up the heat in that thing because it's called the sweat box.
Is it?
Yes. And I go in there and I'm just beating myself up in my head going, oh my God, why did I say that? What was I thinking? These guys know better than that, right? I was like, just all in my head. And Sergeant Major Fry, he comes out, he's like, so how do you think you did? He's like, all right, they're ready for you to come back in. He's like, how do you think you did? I was like, man, I screwed up, Sergeant Major. I'm not feeling good about this. But thank you for allowing me to come back and try, right? And he's like, don't worry about it. They'll let you know what they decided. And yeah, let's go in and see. So went in, sat in the hot chair in front of these guys again. And I'm saying, so who are these guys? My heroes in life, like I've read about in all these books and magazines, gonna say about me. And totally hit me by surprise. So I'm sitting there and they said, something to the effect that we've decided to take you on as apprentice, which means you get to go to the operator training course and attend the operator training course. I'm sitting there thinking, oh my God. Oh my God. What did I just do? Right? Now the fun begins, right? And I was like, just sitting there. It's like, thank you, sir, because it's Colonel Schumacher at the time. It's like, thank you, sir. Bobby Little. He's like, congratulations. And then they all start saying, congratulations, we've decided to take you on as an apprentice and attend the operator training course. And they're starting to say that. And they say a few things. The psych, I don't know if it's a mind game or something like that, but they ask the psychologist, like, what do you think? And, all that stuff. And it's just a real brief thing for that moment. And they said, well, congratulations. We've decided to take you on as apprentice and attend the next operator training course. And I was like, lost for words. I was like, you got to be shitting me. I'm thinking, oh my God, I just made it.
Damn.
And then I was looking at everybody, and then they're like, okay, you can leave now. I just got up. I was like, okay. And Sergeant Major Fry, I'll let you know what the next phase is. And I go to the same barracks I was in before, but now it's the successful passing guys that are there. And Sergeant Major Fry is like, well, congratulations, Sergeant Poras. He's like, you won't have any regrets for this. You did a great job. He had all good things to say about you. And now it's on to the operator training course. So I'll see you when you get the brag. The admin guys will get you hooked up with all your orders and all that stuff. So I had to go fly back to Korea, out process there, come back a couple months later. They actually said, I was halfway through my tour in Korea. They said, that was one of the questions they asked me. Well, what would you think if we asked you to go back and finish your tour in Korea and then come back after that? I was like, roger that, sir. I mean, if that's what you're saying, then that's what I'll do. I'll go back and do my soldier stuff and come home back. And it didn't. They didn't. They cut me my orders. I went back, and my orders were already waiting on me by the time I got the flight back to Korea, and started out processing and back to Bragg. Yeah, it was when I got to the barracks after that, the interview. First of all, that's when you start feeling the pain because you're relaxed, you're showered, and now all your joints hurt and everything hurts. You start feeling all the pain that you put your body through the last, several weeks. And that's all just sitting there in this day room area, kitchen area, and the guys are starting to come back that are coming through the interview. And one guy, he says it out loud. He's like, we made it. And I was just ready to die. I was just like, oh my God, I hurt so bad. And I hear him say that. I was like, I'm sitting up in my, I was a lounge chair, and I sat up and was like, holy shit, dude, we made it. And then another guy from, I think he was a 2nd Ranger Battalion guy, he started saying the same thing. He's like, man, we made it. And everybody just started saying that. I was like, holy shit. Then it was like, oh my God, we made it. what? And literally, we don't know it really, but literally, I mean, OTC and everything else, that's like, and just even life there, it's like, you're getting ready, now it starts.
Yeah.
You're getting ready to put out, like, every day you're alive, you're putting out regardless. But it's all fun. And it's not like you're putting out, and I've heard some guys say that too. It's like, you go to work and hopefully you don't get fired that day, right? But I never had that. I was never around guys that thought that, and I didn't think that either. Like, man, I can go home today if I screw up today. It was just go to work. Go to work and do the best, go all out that day until it's time to quit. And when it's time to quit, crack a beer at the bar and, you know, kind of make the transition before you go home, right?
Yeah.
Relax, get shit showered, shaved, change into your civvies, and sit at the bar, have a beer, relax, kind of change gears for a minute, and then go home. It was just awesome. It was an incredible experience.
How was OTC? How long was it?
It was good. So from 6 months.
6 months?
Yeah. It's a very academic, training, from tradecraft to hard skills to psychological testing to eyesight, testing drills and you name it. You went through the ringer from head to toe, psychologically, physically, tactically, CQB. It's like, no matter where you came from, this is how we do CQB, right? And you have a lot of guys coming from different experiences, some out of the SF community, some out of the Ranger community, some out of the straight up infantry community.
Were you the only one out of the infantry community?
Well, no. So there were some other guys too. I want to say he was a crew chief, helicopter crew chief. He was in my OTC class.
The majority of the guys, I'm guessing, come from Ranger Battalion.
Ranger Battalion or SF.
Okay.
Yep. There's probably 2 or 3 of us in my OTC class out of 12. I don't want to say 12. Maybe it was a little lesser, 1 or 2 more than that, but not many. There's two rows of us in our OTC photo. It wasn't much. So they actually do that. That's at the unit somewhere where it shows your selection course. It's like a whole battalion or company worth of platoons in formation, and then OTC class.
Damn.
Completion. It's pretty neat to see that. I mean, we didn't see that till we actually got there. We saw it going through there. It's like how many guys showed up, and you don't really see once the actual end of the selection process. You don't see everybody every day, so you don't really get a good sense on who's there and who's not. Because sometimes you won't run into people, and then you run into them a day after, and like, oh shit, I thought you were gone, man. And then so the whole time through, you don't know where you stand and who's left. You can't talk to anybody. You can't talk to each other about stuff like that. If you run into each other, you can't talk to anybody what you did that day, even though they did the same thing. But maybe
No shit. So
they were
it's
on
individualized training.
Yep. And if it was through the selection process, so in OTC now you're able to do all this collaborative stuff. So you're finally able to do that. You're able to talk about everything you do, like what. The best shooter in the class, right? You're pimping that guy out for what is he doing? What has he been doing to get better at shooting? But you do a lot of shooting in OTC. I mean, you're dumping some rounds in OTC to get good with a pistol and a rifle. You do all the other stuff too. Gustav training, heavy weapons training, CQB, all the cool stuff, familiarity with the helicopter, starting to fly in Little Birds and Black Hawks and all that stuff, fast roping. Yeah, and then more. So for me, the difference from basic infantry stuff is just more specialized, right? Because you, as a grunt, you can do fast open, you can do CQB, you can do all those other things, but you have like squads and platoons and maneuver elements and all these other things. Now you're doing more with less.
Do you think the course was more challenging for you coming from infantry versus guys coming from SF and Ranger Battalion?
Nope.
No.
Yeah. The magical thing about this whole place is all the people that end up in OTC class, with some exception, very few exceptions. There is no. You're somehow on an even plane, and there's no egos. To some extent, there's always some of that, but they're not bashing you from where you came from or where the other person came from or the aircraft crew chief, right? The mechanic, right, that makes it through. It's like he doesn't get treated any different from his teammates or the OTC cadre, which are squadron members. All the guys that were our cadre, our TAC, were their last thing was the Desert War. So a couple of them were injured and recovering from injuries and stuff like that. And that's the thing you see at the unit too when you're walking around. Just the DFAC, there's people running around in crutches and wheelchairs. It's like, holy shit, this is real. These guys are in it.
Yeah.
Right. And that's when you really get a sense of, okay, this is for real. I've been training all my life for this stuff, and there's no time for like, oh my God, that's the reality of the situation. It's like one of those, yep, I signed up for it. Let's do this. People in back braces, crutches. One of our cadre was shot, I think, in the ankle or something like that. OTC cadre. And he's like, yeah, he didn't think anything of it. He's like, well, yeah, it's the hazards of our chosen profession, right?
Yeah.
And that's the mentality. It's like, oh my God, I got shot. I can't do this anymore. It's like, no, I'm going to get healed and get back in it, right? So that mentality is prevalent throughout the whole building, and it's just an incredible environment. There's no, so there are super massive egos, but you're all on the same plane, right? This is like, two Super Bowl teams going at it. It's the best that they got going at it. And, winner take all.
Yeah.
Maybe next time we'll get you, right? And somebody's got to win, somebody's got to lose.
Yeah.
Right? But, oh my God, it was just an incredible environment. It's like, there's no animosity, there's no, false bravado stuff. I mean, because you'll get called out on stuff like that. And it'll show in your performance. It's like, yeah, whatever, we don't got time for that. If you perform, you perform. If you don't, you don't. We don't need to hear you yelling, motivational stuff. It's like that stuff's gone, man. You left that behind in the regular army when you came to this place.
Yeah.
Colonel Schumacher at the time, when he gave the briefing, the newcomer briefing, he said, you guys should have talked about it if you're married. For those of you who are married, you should have talked about this before you got here. If not, we're going to ask everything of your husbands that are here. And this is their job. This is what they're going to put first. If you're okay with that, then you'll be fine. Because we're going to ask everything of your husband. He's going to put in a lot of extra time here, and we're going to be deployed, and sometimes you won't even know when and where that happens, because we were all on pagers back then. Pager goes off, see ya, got to go in, and it's either a training mission or a real world mission. You didn't know till you got there. There were little codes they used to send, but if it was just a pager check, things like that. But if you're okay with that, that's what you're signed up for. Just if you didn't know it before now, this is what you signed up for. And we don't got time for drama and all this. And he laid it out there. He's like, we don't owe you anything, right? You guys are putting out for this unit in our country, right? And if it's at any point too much, no questions asked. You can leave. Just say the word. No harm, no foul. It's not a failure thing. It's just, it happens. So if it happens to you, then just say so. Don't hide it, because that'll show in performance. But yeah, hell, my sister died when I was there too. And I was like, I can't go on this mission. There was a mission coming up. I was like, I can't go on this. My head's not in the game right now. And they're like, oh, roger that. Hey, thanks for saying that. And they gave me something else to do while I was in the rear with the gear, right? And I was fine with it, and they were fine with it. And that's exactly what everybody did. Injuries too. Even injuries you did to yourself, where you worked out too hard, you pulled a muscle or something like that. You're like, well, now you can't, now you're unemployable, right? You're not deployable. So that was a very thing. And so even the working out, we had people that taught us how to work out without hurting ourselves, like professionals to go in there to help us do those kind of things. And back then, before CrossFit was the whole thing, it was like train like a gymnast, right? You're not training like a bodybuilder to do bodybuilding competitions. You're training to be a gymnast, flexible, agile, do all these weird things, because you're literally climbing buildings with all your kit on. Fast roping, climbing ropes, climbing caving ladders, all those things, getting into small confined spaces, so it's training like a gymnast. So we had all those people coming in and teaching us how to train properly and not overtrain and be always mission ready. Because if you pulled a muscle, sprained something, guess what? Now you're a liability. And now you're gonna have to sit this one out. Sorry about that, right? Yeah. And you get those talks though. You get those talks. I mean, loved it. It's like,
it's interesting. I just interviewed this guy, Kyle Morgan, who was over there as well, and he had told me, I didn't realize how small Delta is, and he told me in his interview that when he graduated OTC, they gave him a number, an operator number, and I believe his operator number was 935. And this is, I believe he got there mid 2000s.
Yeah.
And I when he said that, I was like, holy shit. I mean, this unit's 50 years old ish?
Right. Yeah.
Less.
1980. So 79, 80.
Damn.
To current. Yep.
That's fucking incredible.
Yeah.
It's really fucking incredible.
And I didn't know what my number was. I didn't know there was such a thing. They actually came up with that later. Like, we need to find out something. Because being around a lot of SEALs over the years, right? They always have a class date that they associate, right? What class are you in? That's the validation, right? What class are you in? So everybody knows. And there's a way to find out. I didn't know what class number I was. Or even my number. And I still can't remember it off the top of my head, to be honest with you. But it was like OTC 20-something, 24, 26 or something like that. And that was 10 years into it. So there wasn't really a system until they found out, well, it'd be nice to have some sort of way of finding out, checking or verifying, coin checking somebody like that, right? Well, what class were you in? Right?
Yeah.
I don't know what class I was in. What OTC class? I don't know. Just who was in your class with you, Then you can start mixing and matching names.
Yeah.
But that was it. Not until just recently. I was actually deployed in Afghanistan with GRS, and a former unit guy was there working in another division for the agency, and he's like, "Hey, did you get your knife?" I was like, "What knife?" "Your unit knife." I was like, "I don't know we had a knife." And it has your OTC number and your number in it, your operator number. I was like, "I didn't even know we had such a thing." He's like, "Yeah." They had this thing, and they gave everybody numbers and class dates and all this stuff, and now there's a knife. So the knife is pretty cool. It's a Bob Horrigan knife. I actually have, when I left and I retired, he was making knives, and he gave me a knife that he made, Bob Horrigan, for a going away retirement gift. And now he's obviously died in Iraq, I think. Died on a hit in Iraq or Afghanistan, I'm not sure. But Yeah, most of the guys will know that story. I don't know. I wasn't there, so I hear things, and I just know that he was one of the casualties in one of the hits in the GWAT time frame. But he gave me a knife. It wasn't, and it was a homemade knife. It was a great knife, and he wasn't, that market hadn't really caught on yet. He was just making him and his brother. His brother's still making them. Yeah, I have one of his original knives that he made, and then that's the one they modeled after to be the unit knife, and then it has your OTC class number and then your operator number and all kinds of stuff. And I can't remember what mine is. I'd have to look it up.
Yeah.
But yeah. So yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, I didn't know about it then. I know about it now. Yeah, because it's like one of the nobody talks about it a lot, which is great. There's not a whole lot of stuff out there. I mean, you can still find out stuff on the internet and all that kind of stuff, but you got to look for it.
Yeah.
So I think it's a great thing.
Let's take a quick break, and then when we come back, we'll talk about some of the operations that were going on.
These people would gut your sister. You put them on the streets of America, they would kill every American. Scary is the wrong word. They're just fucking evil.
They would do it.
They would.
There's not a doubt in my mind that you're directly responsible for the deaths of several bad guys.
And the night where a Hellfire missile, ended the life of a really bad guy, because it's not only responsible for killing two of our officers, but he was plotting additional attacks. I have the phone number back in Fort Bragg of the widow of one of these officers. We should call her. And we called her. And we said, we avenged the death of your husband. And she just said, thank you.
Since 2016, U.S. government officials overseas and their families have reported sudden, unexplained brain injuries. These officials were injured by an unseen weapon.
But look, in 2016 in Havana, Cuba, at the U.S. Embassy there was a rash of these, kind of mysterious injuries in which U.S. intelligence officers and diplomats, as well as the Canadian embassy staff, heard this kind of high-pitched sound, but really suffered debilitating injuries.
All right, so we got through OTC. You're showing up at Delta. Let's get into some of the missions you guys are doing over there.
So we're talking early 90s. Presidential changeover has happened. So we have Clinton in the office, White House. So the no war president is a busy decade ahead, regardless of that fact. So there was always still the residual from Iraq. So the desert wars were still no-fly zones, all that stuff. That's established. That's still there. We're still there. We still have troops out there monitoring the no-fly zone in Iraq and those kind of things. Scud hunts, those are ongoing. That's the biggest thing. So as a new guy, that's what I get rolled into. There's so many things going on. So daily life there at the unit, every morning, intel brief, intel update, or at the beginning of the week at least. Intel updates, what's the hottest thing going on in the world, but what's the hottest thing on the ticket for us, right? And then the rest of the week kind of just mirrors training towards those objectives. Call-outs could happen at any time during that time for any one of those things or any other number of things. So that's kind of what we're getting ready for. So when I show up, early 90s, get to my squadron, get to the team, and we have several things going on. We have, Bin Laden was always a thing. That's been going on since the late, 80s? He's been on the FBI most wanted list since then, right? So that's almost not an issue anymore. It's like, whatever. He's just still there on the most wanted list. Of course, the 80s and all the things that are coming out of the 80s, all the attacks in New York and everything that's happening then, those are all kind of things that have happened, but nobody's tying those things together. The interesting thing about that is we used to say, just a normal conversation, and we're traveling around the world and saying, well, if the bad guys only knew how easy it would be to get a plane and fly it, get in a plane and fly it into who knows where. DC, obviously, those are the big targets, stuff like that. And just because at the time, it's easy to get on a plane and go anywhere, especially if you're in Africa or in the Middle East somewhere. There's none of the TSA stuff that you see nowadays, or even in those countries now, it's a little bit more stricter. But then you can get on a plane, anybody. You have the money, buy a ticket, go wherever you want. Do you have a visa, passport? Almost doesn't matter sometimes. So we all had that stuff, but that was some of the things that we used to do is travel around the world and see how easy it is to get from point A to point B in these countries without any official paperwork. And that's how we knew it was easy to get around anywhere. And that's a kind of sidebar discussions about, joking in the team room about, if the bad guys only knew how easy it was to get around and how easy it would have been to get a plane and fly it into, well, we didn't mention New York or anything, but we thought, DC and all those kind of big things. 10 years later, guess what happens?
Yeah.
But early 90s, I'm a new guy, so I'm getting into the team breaching thing. I'm a team breacher on an assault team. Loved it. Spent most of my time on the range either shooting guns or blowing shit up and trying to figure out how to do that effectively, both of them. Becoming the best at whatever it is I was doing, right? And blew myself up a couple times in the process. It's like, how close can you get to these things, right?
Yeah.
No, yeah. So we did have technical folks to help us with the sensors and all that stuff, but bonehead knuckle dragger operator, it's like, well, let me see if I can get closer. And until you get slapped by a charge, then okay, that's close enough. We'll back it up a couple inches. But yeah, I got into that. So intel stuff. IDs on the radar. We still have the things in Iraq going on. The Hans Blick thing in Iraq, the inspection teams, those are going on. We're trying to get in bed into those teams so we can get access to the stuff in Iraq.
What is that?
Hans Blick, he was the UN inspector, or he ran the UN inspection team for the weapons of mass destruction in Iraq at the time.
Okay.
So he had these teams, and we were trying to get in bed into his teams to get access to underground facilities in Iraq. So we still had the no-fly zone going on, the post-Gulf War stuff still, established with the no-fly zones. ID's on the radar. He's in the intel reports. Pablo Escobar is being hunted in Colombia. What other things are going on?
Well, let's start with Iraq. So you guys were embedding with these teams. Did you get in?
Not me. I was a new guy. So most of the senior guys were able to, a little bit more experience to blend in, and they were, in the unit longer, so they were obviously given a lot more clout cover to do that kind of stuff, more relaxed. I was a new guy concentrating on getting good at basic stuff at that point.
Okay.
Still not able to talk to anybody. That's kind of a. So you're allowed to talk. I mean, it's not like, hey, shut the fuck up, new guy. But shut the fuck up, new guy. What do you know, right? Yeah. Just listen and learn, right? Those are the first, year that you're there out of OTC, which you think you know it all by then, and then that's the beginning of it all, really. So that's what's going on in Iraq. We get people on those teams.
What is the first operation that you personally went on with your unit?
I I trained for all of those, but so it's a rotational thing, right? Mm-hmm. So the first ones were all those, but in the rotation that the squadrons are rotating through the operational side, those are the ones. The first one that I was on that didn't go was the ID'd hit, was in Mogadishu. That totally started different than what it ended up to be. So if you think back during those times, Clinton and stuff like that, it was in 92. So I get to a squadron in 91. In 92, I'm still a new guy. And, you know, it's the coolest thing ever that I've experienced. And I'm just loving life at this point. Just being there and being part of the team and all this stuff. The initial call out was extremely low vis. So it was like the Dirty Dozen, right? 13 guys, an assault troop, or some assault team is going to go in one night, grab them, and then get them out, right? Airland at Mogadishu International Airport, find them, fix them, grab them, take them, right? And then if we had the flex, then it was flex. That was all the rehearsals at that point. That's how that was going down. General Boykin, then Colonel Boykin, unit commander at the time. We go through all the drills and we're practicing and rehearsing for vehicle interdiction, which is a whole new animal with the minimal like aircraft we were going to take. So the whole thing was initially minimum signature, 13 assaulters within the supporting package, air crews. I don't remember how many Little Birds we were taking in Blackhawks, but that's a part of the package. And then a support element to get everybody on the ground and off. There was other options to go from a seaborne platform up the coast. That was discussed, and then really we kind of focused on air landing, and then offloading the Little Birds and the Blackhawks, go to a target, and then chase them until we found them. If we had a dry hole on the first or second or whatever, right? That was all what the training was all about. Shut down Bragg for all that training. It was the best time ever. I never would have, I mean, that's when you know you're in a place that has clout, right?
Yeah.
Shut down Fort Bragg training area. And we had free reign to do everything we needed to do. Vehicle interdiction, airborne interdiction from helos, live fire, all this stuff. And I remember at the time they had the new desert boots at the time, so so we didn't have too much of a signature flying around the Fort Bragg area. Everybody stayed in their woodland camouflage BDUs at the time, and then because I wanted to break in my boots, I didn't want to save my boots till deployment. I wore my boots, the tan desert boots, because we were going to go in desert DCUs. And so that kind of set the whole stage for everybody wearing desert boots to break any boots. You don't want to go, you know, on the mission, and that's the first time you put your new boots on and break in your boots. So that became like the style at the time. But we flew around, did all that stuff. I mean, in that kind of training, task force pilots are trying to do things that they didn't do yet. It's like, okay, let's try to figure this out. You know, pretty dangerous training, right? Blackhawks trying to get into tight spaces, you know, in the mount site there at Fort Bragg, trying to support the mission, you know, that kind of stuff. Little Birds almost falling out of the sky just because of the weight alone that we were putting on the birds, you know, and the lift capacity of the birds and all that stuff. I initially the team I was on was going to be 13 assaulters. That's it. So amongst the 13 assaulters, I was on a team that was supposed to be a blocking position around the target area. So on a Little Bird, there was 3 of us. Took away one pilot because we needed the weight to carry mag 48s, the ammo to go with mag 48s. I had a saw with a backpack full of ammo, the fast ropes, the Carl Gustavs, the AT4s, the Claymores, a little bit of concertina wire. And so with three guys at 200 plus pounds with all their
Shit.
kit, right? So, and then it was a flexible thing. So if you were a blocking position, literally it was set up, put claymores in around basic, back to basic infantry skills. Claymores out, and then as soon as you leave, don't recover anything. Crack the claymores, and then get back on the birds and go. So that was going to be, that's how it was rehearsed. That's how it was going down. The first mission planning went strictly that way. Minimal signature, I don't even know. So C-141 Starlifters were the airlift at the time. I don't even think they're in use anymore.
Before my time.
Yeah. Yeah. So it was 3 or 4 of those. I don't remember how many of those to get aircraft and the assaulters and the support elements on the ground for that one night. Just one night on the ground, find them, fix them, place them up, take them back. The best training ever. And unfortunately, we didn't get to go during our time frame. So next squadron gets it by the time it comes around to deployment time, and now the plan is to hide within this whole assault force, the Army from Germany and the Marines on the ground and everything else. We're going to embed this, hide amongst the noise with the task force ranger that eventually went in, which is another squadron. And they were doing great things. I mean, the whole way through that whole thing. And I'm only getting the feedback because I'm a breacher, right? So I'm talking to the breachers on the ground, the senior breacher that was on the ground. He's saying, hey, what works, what doesn't work? Hey, this charge doesn't work on this door. And so I'm getting great stuff. Or he's sending back target information, and we're, trying to figure out a charge that works best on this thing back at Bragg. So that was kind of my whole interaction with that whole thing. So another squadron's there. I'm back in the rear with all the other breachers figuring out, what's going to work best for them based off of the information they're sending back. And then we had, by the time everything goes down in October, on the 3rd and 4th, I was already in West Virginia. We were on a support mission to run selection at that point. So that's where I was when that happened, which was, kind of hard to take, one, because we were on the it had evolved from the 13 guys to task force ranger with a slice from the 3rd Ranger Battalion, and we were when we had it first, we were hinting or maybe suggesting maybe we needed a platoon or maybe a company or a couple platoons of rangers to do the outer cordon stuff, and then maximize the operators on the target. So it's got like teams like us wouldn't be on a blocking position somewhere. We can be useful inside the target building. We were talking platoon or two, or maybe a company minus or something like that at the time when we left it and pushed it on to whoever took it next. It might have been another squadron before the guys that left went. Then it ended up to be a whole task force ranger slice, bunch of folks doing great things for our country. It was just awesome to hear what was going on over there. I was in a support role back at Bragg, back in the rear with the gear, R&D and charges. Then we went to West Virginia to do all of our other regular missions, training and training support, and running a selection course. So that's part of. That's kind of neat. I mean, selection. If you're on the cadre side, you're all coming out of the squadrons to do that. You're not trainers that specifically do that. They're all coming out of the squadrons to do that. So you have some sort of impact on who's coming, right? You fill out critique sheets every night on people that you see, significant or non-significant. What are they doing? How are they doing? So that was pretty good. And then we left. So interesting thing about when I went to selection, I can't remember the call out. It might have been the Desert Storm or something like that. When I first went to selection, at one point, the young cats that were in pretty good shape left, and a bunch of older dudes came in. Still in shape and stuff like that, but definitely older dudes were like, what just happened, right? Well, they got called out. So they mobilized the squadrons, and then other folks that were in the building, former squadron members, would go do the selection sport. Same thing happened to us. So we were there first in '93 to do the selection course, and then October 3rd and 4th happens. We get called back, we get recalled, and we get backfilled by other former squadron members in the building to go finish. So that was kind of, I knew when it happened to me, I was like, what just happened? So that was another moment that happened. But yeah, it was good times. That was on the initial thing, only because I don't speak Spanish that well. The whole Colombia thing and the Pablo thing went away for me. They wanted all, as near best, native speakers, obviously, if you can get them. But at least if you knew some Spanish, then you went down there to support that mission.
Well, let's talk about that mission. What was going on down there?
In Colombia?
Yeah.
It's all training with the locals down there. So it was always the intent, hopefully, for the local Colombians to do the work, right? But then train them to do the work the right way, with always a kind of a mindset towards, well, if we had to do it, we have guys on the ground that know the area, know the ground, know where the locations are, all of his locations, his
Do
security
what?
posture. To
Do what?
To capture mission if it came down.
Escobar?
Yep. So it was always the intent to have the Colombians do it. But if it ever came down to, okay, let's do it like Noriega and then all the other guys that had been snatched up, over the Pipwicks in the 90s and all those guys. If it ever comes down to that, then we have guys on the ground who've seen the ground, who know where he is, who know what he looks like, who knows what his security posture is and everything else. So it'd be an easy transition. It's like almost like a pseudo ad, like an ADVON. We have guys there already that know everything about what's happening.
And you were one of those guys?
I got to Panama to train some of the folks, and that's as close as I got to that. And I was just training the locals how to shoot, move, CQB, all that, to do the work, right? Their assault teams, how to do all that kind of stuff. So it's as close as I got to that one. So that's kind of been the story of all these things, right? Where it's like I'm so close to all these things, but I never got there. It's like, so close, but so far. I was too young, really, junior, really, and when I say young, in the unit to get into the inspection teams for the underground facilities in Iraq stuff. Priority goes to senior guys, and they get the first chop on things. Of course, they're all going on all those things. What was the other ones? Pablo ID'd. The desert.
What was it like when Pablo when he got killed over there?
Yeah. Well, I think the one book that is, I can't remember the name of the one. It's pretty accurate. He comes out of a second story balcony, gets on the rooftop, and that's where some guys that were on outer cordon security actually end up shooting him. And then the guys come out that were chasing him, shoot him again, and he's on the rooftop of his whatever villa or complex or whatever that's called. Pretty cut and dry. So the guys that were being trained to do that did exactly what they were trained to do. And it was an outer cordon guy that actually, a Colombian, who got the guy.
He was a Colombian?
Yep.
No shit.
Yep. It was kind of like, hey, who's that, right? Like his advisor, right?
Yeah.
Hey, who's that? Should somebody shoot that guy?
Do you know the advisor?
No.
No?
No. It's and it's probably Pablo is the name of the book. It's got an orange cover on it. It's pretty accurate. Like there's a DE agent in there involved. I think in the picture of the photo that they sent everywhere, there's a DE agent in there. That's a DE agent. Yeah, so they're able to take most of the credit for any of the stuff that's happened. So, good on them for all the stuff that they were doing down there. I mean, they're running the cases and they're doing all the hard work and the investigation stuff and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, that was interesting to be just a part of all those things, right? Not quite so much hands-on and there on the spot, but just even the guys that went in squadron that went in Mogadishu and eventually just doing incredible things over there. The Rangers and our guys out there, just incredible things they were doing. And it's just like, I think it could have been a better story actually when it finally came out, but the original story that the historian wrote, very good in the Philadelphia Inquirer or something like that. Very good about, telling that story. A lot of good stuff came out in the movie that needed to come out, I think. Of course, they had to combine some characters and all that kind of stuff. And the funny thing about the whole, this is my safety story.
Yeah.
Right? When you think about it. So I do know that story, and I know that person who was there to tell that story or to actually do that. But it's actually not as, they got to tell the story in the movie, right? Of that. This is my safety, right? Well, the unit guys that are there are training the Rangers just, because that's what you do when you're not doing anything. Go to the range and shoot or CQB or whatever. You're teaching them these things, how to be better at what they do. And then the concept is, the safety thing was this, right? Your thought process. That's the best safety that you got. The joke amongst the unit members at the time, even at Bragg, was, this is my safety, right? So it was like, we had CAR 15s at the time, right? And so very safe weapons. So there was actually a discussion between me and all the guys that were that I interacted with in my squadron, my team, and all those things, other squadrons and other guys I went through OTC with and their squadrons. Like the big dilemma, and I've heard it now in training today, even the questions like, do you go back on safe every time you come off a target? Or you shoot and then go back on safe? Or, those kind of questions. And I hear that even today. And that was the question then. It's like, the dynamic environment that you're in, why waste that split second of a time to go for the safety and safety back on? Just keep it on.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing but bad guys to your front. So why go on safe? All right. Okay, well, that makes sense. I mean, if you're the lead guy, then sure, why not, right? Or those kind of discussions were happening. So that thing was like, this is my safety.
Yeah.
Those are the jokes and the sarcastic stuff we were saying amongst each other, and the banter is like, this is my safety, right? It's like, so when that happens, so when you think about it, CAR 15 AR platform, straight across the board, you clear it, and the last thing you do and clear it, safety barrel, if you got a safety barrel, something like that, point in safe direction, pull the trigger, hammer falls, it's cleared. Chamber's cleared, magazine, has been dropped, you're clear AR platform. Really, press the trigger, hammer falls forward, it's safe. Well, instead of putting that magazine anywhere else, you put it back in the gun, but it won't go back on safe because the hammer's forward, right? And any AR platform, even today, if you clear the gun and your last step is check the chamber, remove the source of feed, and then your last step is to put in a safe direction, pull the trigger, it won't go back on safe unless it's some other modified AR platform, right? And then instead of putting it in your hip pocket, put it in your kit, put the magazine back in the magazine well, now all you have to do, it's on fire already, charge your handle back to the rear and you're hot, right? That's the mindset. That's what we're doing with guns, right? Instead of, taping them to the butt stocks and doing all this weird stuff, that's not what we did. So it was like, well, clear it, hammer forward. It's going to be on fire because the hammer's forward and it's cleared and everything. Bolts forward. Put the magazine back in the magazine well. And now all you have to do to go hot, if something happened now, if there's a local indige, somebody who goes crazy, charge your handle to the rear, go to work, right? So that's how that weapon in that circumstance ends up with the magazine in the magazine well, and it's on fire. And that's how they portray it in the movie, like, hey, that's a hot weapon, Smart. It's like, no, it's not. It's cleared,
Yeah.
right? But that's how they kind of portrayed it in the movie. So there is discussion with the Rangers, like this is your strongest safety. This is your safety right here, right? Your thought process. Once you make the process the information, identify a threat. Yes, I'm going to shoot it. Then shoot it, right? That's the whole process of that going on. So those are just all the things combined, and that's how they ended up portraying it in the movie. So it's kind of funny. Didn't happen exactly like it did in the movie, but that's kind of how that whole, even all those stories get lumped into there. Yeah. Good dudes. I'm attached with most of those guys still. The guys that I know that were there, I knew most of those OTC guys that I went with, or was in OTC with, guys that I just knew in the other squadrons. Kyle, all those guys. Yeah, it was even could have been even a better story too. But there's another book out.
Why do you say that? Why do you say it could have been a better story?
Well, in the book Day of the Ranger, right? It's more of a perspective on the unit guys that were out there. There's more feedback from them, right?
Okay.
So now, well, and I mean nothing by it, but in total, just after action, like on the movie and the book, they did the best they could with, and tell the story the best way they could with the information they had, right? And the storyline based off of the book, off of Mark Bowden's, writings. Great stuff. Did our guys well, and but if you read the book Day of the Ranger, which just was released a couple years ago, it has more of a perspective on the unit guys, which you have to see it, you have to read it to really tell the difference between the two. So it's either like, yeah, we got our nose bloodied, and bad things happen, and when guys died, none of that is good, but this is what we do, right? And this is what happens. So let's keep leaning into it and continue the mission, right? White House had a different mindset for that, and that was it. I wanted to just pull everybody out at that point. But all the guys at the unit were like, next squadron's inbound, right? Let's Charlie Mike. And we're getting recalled from West Virginia to backfill the squadron that just is flying out of Bragg, right? So that's kind of the behind the scenes, like, it's not over. Yeah, we took a hard hit and got hit hard, suffered some losses, but let's get some more guys in the fight and keep doing this thing, right? We don't have them yet. Mission's not done yet. So that was in the book Day of the Ranger is more the tone of that book.
Okay.
It's like, and it's from the guys who were there. They're all in that book about telling their story. Like, yeah, that night sucked, right? But mission's not done.
Yeah.
Let's get back in it. And then it just, White House had different opinions about it.
What was, from your perspective, what was the morale back at the unit after that Black Hawk Down, after that incident had happened? You guys took losses. Had you taken any losses throughout
Not
the
to that
rest of
extent.
the 90s?
No. That was the big one. But morale was great, and it was more of a upset at the administration that they didn't let us complete they sent us in to do something, and I say us collectively as the unit, right? Sent us in to do something, and then it pulled us out before we got to finish it. And whatever pressures there were from the White House to get results. Why don't you have a deed yet? It wasn't always perceived as a pressure to do that, because all you're doing is doing your job. I'm going on another hit. This is where they say he is now, right? Or a lieutenant, and they're wrapping up. The guys that were there were wrapping up a bunch of dudes, and he was just good at just maneuvering around. There's a network that he had that was informing him of all the activity. He's hopping all over the place, and he's a hard guy to find, especially after they were there for so long. Not just the unit, but the whole operation. I mean, the tanks rolling from Germany and all that stuff, and all this other all these big movements going on. It wasn't a secret that things were going to happen. The televised beach landings, and I mean, it wasn't hard to figure out on his end, that he should stay hidden somewhere.
Yeah.
And that was the thing. It was more of a upset, frustrated at not being able to finish right after being sent somewhere. That was probably the biggest overarching kind of, I guess, thoughts everybody had. It's like, man, we were ready to keep going, but can't do it. And you can't, it's like, it's like a canine team. Don't release once you release your dog, that dog has to bite something, right?
Yeah.
And the dog has to do its thing. Same thing with the unit. Once you seek them on something, they got to finish the job. And that was kind of the frustration and the attitude. Morale was great. Yes, it sucks. Always sucks to lose guys and stuff like that. And it's not like you sign up for that. You never think of yourself or your buddies as fodder. Like, I'm here to die. And you're not here to, nobody says that or thinks that you're here to die. You're here to do a job, and you never even think about dying or something bad happening like that. When it does, you deal with it, right? That's part of that whole, like the training piece, right? So you train to those standards. Like, okay, we're not invincible. Somebody might get hit one day, and when it does, I'm going to be ready to help. And really, that's all it was. Totally different. Talking about the medical piece, though. So TCCC comes as a result of that, right? Because we were packing out in our IFACs. We had our own IV bags. So we'd have IV bags because first thing you do, stop the bleeding, obviously, but then start a line because that's going to help any other medication going in for a medical person that's coming next, right? But everybody had one. Our IFACs weren't what they are today. IFACs today are much more stuff in them than we had then. But guys are, your cargo pockets has back then, an IV bag in it. Or if you had a bag to put it on somewhere, a backpack or something like that, that's where your IV bag was, right? Everybody does the same thing, so it's in the same spot for everybody. Curlex bandages, a cravat, and maybe one, and now you carry multiples of all of this stuff, but maybe one tourniquet.
That's it?
Yeah. So scissors if you can get it, the medical shears, very basic stuff, like nasal pharyngeal maybe that was in there. So you had a hyphen. I don't know if they had the hyphens, but you had the chest seals, the nasal pharyngeal things, whatever those things are called. So you had the basic stuff: airway, stop the bleeding, get an airway, and start a line. That was the biggest thing. Start a line. Well, that ended up to be one of the huge learning points in there in the medical side of things was, well, if you keep putting IV fluids in somebody, then it's gonna keep the wound open. It's not gonna coagulate. It's not gonna do its normal things, right? And then seal itself, maybe, hopefully. But you're gonna keep bleeding out, and that's unfortunately happened in some cases. But then that all went away. So no more IV fluids. That's not your first stick. We were sticking. That was part of our daily training. Do something. Stick somebody with an IV fluid. So in the heat of the summer days in North Carolina, though, it was, stick me because I'm dehydrated right after a day of training.
And or drinking.
Yeah, or that. And so that used to be the thing then. That's not what you're supposed to do at all these days.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the last thing you think about now. So a lot of good things come out of that. And then, like you said, I mean, like you're asking about the morale after that, it was more frustration over the administration not allowing things to, not allowing our guys to continue the fight, continue the mission.
Yeah. I don't know the proper terminology, but maybe fell victim to that several times, and I know how fucking frustrating that shit can be.
Yep.
For me, it was demoralizing. I was so upset about when that would happen, but
Yeah.
but that's me.
Yeah, and I felt it, and I wasn't even on a deployable squadron. So the two squadron, the one that was there when it happened, and the one that deployed after that, I'm sure they felt all of that. And I can't remember any of the interviews or books and anything, anybody that ever said anything about that afterwards. But for the most part, it was just the frustration of not being able to complete your mission. Like, but that was it was the administration at the time. They didn't understand how to use special operations, and when you use them, how you can't do that. You can't once you go all in, you can't pull back, right? Commitment. Once you commit, you're committed. I've been on all those things that were called back, like get to places, and then the mission gets canceled. And for me personally, I was on like a lot of those, or unfortunately, I didn't get to go at all. So, like, from my perspective, in that one incident for Mogadishu, it's like I did the best training. I was like, wow, when we first got to 13, right? I was part of that 13. That I was I was like, this is exactly what I signed up for. This is exactly what everybody here comes here for. This is the black ops of black ops, right? This is what movies and books are made of. Not that I was thinking of making one, but I was like, this is what you read about, and I'm a part of it, right? So for me, that whole incident that I wasn't able to even deploy was kind of, that was kind of a thing. I always kind of, say, well, I guess it wasn't meant to be, right? Guess all the people watching over me decided I wasn't going to go on this one, right?
Yeah.
So I kind of resolved myself to those kind of things every time I was, on a mission, then off a mission, on a mission, off a mission. I was like, well, okay, I guess I wasn't supposed to go on that one. So I guess the first one would be all the Bosnia stuff, all the PIFWIC stuff.
Interesting. What was going on then in Bosnia?
So we were on the wrong side of that one at first, from a country perspective, because it seemed like a traditional Christian Muslim fight going on. So we were obviously with the Christian side of things. Ended up flip-flopping because they're the ones who were doing all the killing and the atrocities out there and all the horrible things out there. So the first one I think we were on, I want to say we were on like a block leave, a time of the year we were able to take some leave, and I wasn't gone yet. I was there for another week. And there was only a handful of us there in the squadron I was in, and one of the troop commanders, there's only half a dozen of us, and we're not on mission cycle, we're not on training cycle, we're on leave cycle. We're just not, those of us there are just not gone yet. So we're working out, we're going to the range, we're just relaxing and doing the things that we do every day. One of the troop commanders comes in and asks, he's like, hey, I just came out of this meeting, we got to do this, get a course of action on this one hit. So he tells us about the, whatever the dude's name is over there. I always mess that one up. The main PIFWIC over there.
Yeah.
And he was on this compound. It's super secure, and he's got this army around him, and he always travels with a detail. His place is a fortress. The camp he is, it's impossible to get at him. And we got to figure out a way to get this guy for the take him to the Hague and try him and all that stuff. I was part of that initial conversation, and I was still kind of relatively new. And and so it was like, okay, he goes to this place, he travels here, and he travels here. And these are all like super secure places, and he's got an army at each one to protect him. So this is the ugliest of all situations. Right? We got to fight our way in and fight our way out against the army, right? So me and a couple other guys, we were just operators, knuckleheads, just talking about, well, why don't we wait till he comes out? If you say he travels, then let's get him when he's traveling. So then he's just got his detail with him. And we got that vehicle interdiction stuff. We'll get him when he comes out. At the time.
Is this like the top guy? Is this the number one?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And we had trained with the Germans and what they had done. So when we train with other forces, right, the Germans, the Brits, they're all allowed to operate in their own countries, right? So they do other things that we probably would never do because we don't own the terrain that we're on. One of the things we work with the Germans on, so we go over there, we're with the GSG-9, and they had this vehicle net that they stop cars with. Last minute, it goes up, net goes into it, just like
Like an oversized volleyball net?
yeah.
No
So
shit.
just like a carrier net, right? So the planes don't fly off the end when they're stopped, when they're landing on a carrier, right? Except it's for vehicles. And we didn't see collectively when we were training with the Germans that we'd ever be able to use it because we don't own the territory where we go. It's all non-permissive environments and all this other stuff. And just for shits and grins, I asked to get one of their training devices and then contact information for other stuff so we can use it if one day we ever use it. And they gave us one. They gave us two. We took them. I took them upstage to the cage where I have all my breach and stuff. I was like, well, this may or may not be anything one day, right? Well, we get this call out to do this mission planning for this guy. And that was kind of in the back of my head. It's like, let's wait for him to get out. And it's Bosnia. So there's streets, there's trees on the sides of the road. These are things you need to anchor this net to. Cars on the side of the road, you can use a car to anchor this thing. We can park a car somewhere and do these kind of things with it. Spike the tires, put up the net, and trap the people in the car, and then assault the car, right? And we threw that out there. I mean, this other guy, we're like, well, let's wait. How about we wait for him to get out, come out of the thing. We'll hit the first car and let it go past, and then put up the net for the limo, the car he's in. Trap the other guys with, fix them and fire on them if they shoot the follow car, because that's the car with the guns. We got those guys. Sniper overwatch, guys in support position, support by fire positions, all that stuff. Seal off the objective, typical ambush kind of stuff, right? Basic infantry stuff, but with vehicle nets. And we ordered vehicle nets and went after them that way.
No shit.
Yeah. And we set up a bunch of different things too, but that was one of the things that we took over there to if the situation was right and we could do it, then we'll put up the nets, and we actually used that.
You did use it.
Yeah.
I'm just curious because I have all these things going wrong in my head trying to catch a vehicle with a fucking net. How the hell do you anchor a net?
Yeah, it's pretty well.
I mean, because I would think the car hits the net, maybe it slows it down, and then the straps bust.
So the other aspect of this whole thing is the car he drives in is an armored vehicle, right? And so we went through a bunch of how do you break into an armored vehicle thing. So we did a bunch of testing and all that stuff. Explosive, non-explosive, manual breaching to get into the car itself. And it became a real easy thing about, so if you can use another car of similar size and weight, right, on both ends of a street. And then the net lays on the ground, and then you can let other cars pass by, and then when your car comes, it's on like a locking device, like a one-way locking device, right? So you stretch it up, net comes up, and then car, just like a plane on an aircraft carrier, that does get, so it doesn't fly off the end and gets caught, drives into the net, and if your catch car weighs heavier than the two cars you got anchored to, it's gonna work. It's gonna collapse in, right? It's gonna pull those cars in, right? So the net gets tighter around the doors of the vehicle.
Oh, okay.
So, but there's no way that's going to be able to drag two other cars for very far, and it's going to have some movement, right?
Yeah.
So you have to plan all your assault force in particular spot, that because the car is going to keep moving for a little bit. So all this momentum, comes to a halt, and then nets collapse around the car. They can't get out, and then so how do you get into an armored vehicle? Well, there's a bunch of ways to get into it, but what ended up happening was shotgun CS rounds, right, into the air ducts, and they just wait for them to want to get out, right? So if a douche, CS, shotgun shells into the air ducts, and they'll want to get out pretty quickly.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Yeah. And not a shot's fired at that point. And if they want to shoot their way out of it, then okay, roger that. There's guys with guns waiting for them, to answer that mail.
So did you guys have intel on his specific route?
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's that was well known. And then there's only so many places in Bosnia, depending on where you go. Like if you were in a major metropolitan area, there's different routes you can take. But most of these were country roads. You pick your target, you pick your ambush site. Channelize them into an area, wait till he gets on a single road access. There's an obstacle on one side, could be a creek or a river on one side, so they can't avoid to the left. And there's a mountain or a slope on the right, so they're pretty much stuck, right, to go down this road. Park a couple cars if there's no cars on it, and you can use guardrails for anchors too, or trees. And that place was perfect for all that stuff. So we picked, specific places and times, typical basic infantry ambush 101 stuff. It wasn't that difficult. That's like one of those things that's like, mastering the basics kind of stuff, right? It's it's an ambush. I mean,
At first, it sounds simple to me. Now I'm thinking about all the shit that can go wrong, and it sounds extremely fucking complicated with only, I think, what did you say, 13 operators?
Well, for this, that's probably about the same, yeah. Plus sniper support.
Because, if he takes a wrong turn, then that's worthless. If he's late, then you're hanging your ass out in the middle of the road with a fucking net out there, and I'm sure that's attracting attention, why there's a big net in the middle of the road with the locals, and then you guys got to be hidden. Yeah. And if you're in the country, what are you guys, ghillied up?
And we're in civies.
Okay.
And they're the dress over there it was either Western or
Muslim?
Traditional Muslim or Western.
Okay.
Western wear, so dark jeans, not light jeans, but dark jeans, very European. Leather coats, leather jackets, or something to that effect.
So it wasn't too hard to blend in?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty easy for a lot of guys over there to operate like that. I ended up, I was in squadron ops. Through this whole thing, I ended up in squadron ops. And so I'm now one of the drivers to infill teams to their ambush sites. So I was actually dressed like that with our other operations guys to help infill all the assault teams, all the ambush teams. So that was interesting, just driving around, doing whatever we wanted to do.
Yeah.
There was a couple of hairy moments doing that kind of stuff, but we got out of them fine.
What kind of hairy moments?
One specific, we're coming off of a target. We went in, nothing happened that night, so we infill these guys in, the assault team. We stay on target the whole night. Nothing's happening. Nothing happens all night. It's starting to get late. End of the window. All right, rolling things up. Everybody gets. So it's like a bread truck cargo van kind of thing. It's pretty big, like a moving van. And we're driving back. So I gotta drive to a spot, park it, and so that's like a cover stop that I have. I'm gonna stop, lift the hood, check my engine. This is all at night. Kick the tires, just like I have a reason to be outside of my truck. And the guys are jumping into the back at the same time, shutting the door, and then I just go back there and lock it up, make sure that they're concealed in the back of the truck. And my 18 Delta, our unit Doc, he's driving the truck in my truck, and there's two other operators and squadron ops that are driving the front truck, and another person. There's three people in the front truck, and we passed this checkpoint, and there's two delivery trucks, and I'm in the second delivery truck, and it's a mountainous road. And first truck goes by, and they do the whole wave. Hey, how's it going? We're just delivering food and water, whatever. They're just waving and smiling, and they could drive by. And so I have just typical with our GRS moves too. I have my car 15. I got from the window sill down, I have all my tactical stuff, and up here I just have my regular shirt. And so we were driving past we're coming up to the checkpoint. And we're doing this, hello, how's it going?
Hey, guys.
Nothing to see here, And something happened to where it just alerted them to, maybe they were just going to say, let's go stop them anyway. Just whatever it is they were going through at the checkpoint. We both roll through there, and it's a mountain pass road. And I'm looking in the rear view or side view mirror, the driver's side view mirror, and I see that the car started rolling and disappears because it's a windy road, and then appears, reappears, and disappears. I was like, oh shit, he's coming. So the guys in the back have been up all night, right? So they're typical operator stuff, right? They get in the back and the back, all the gears off, and they're just crashing out, laid all over the place, right? So the car comes in, and then I see it turn on. I said, maybe it's just under the car that was on the road behind us, and they're just back there. Well, then I see the blue lights come on. I was like, oh shit, that was the checkpoint. So I get on the radio and I said, hey, there's a car behind us that's coming up quick. It's got his lights on, maybe going to somewhere in front of us. Who knows? But get on the radio and say that. And I knock on the back, and I said, hey guys, wake up. Get your shit on. There's a car coming. We might have an incident. And so when I say loose follow, we weren't following like nut to butt on the other truck, but it was enough within small arms range to cover them by fire if we had to. And they zipped past us. And I said, I get on the radio, and it's like, vehicle's all clear. It's still coming to you on the front vehicle. So, make some room. So I think it's going to keep on going. Well, they duck in behind that truck, which has got part of the assault team on it too. And they pulled over, and I was like, oh shit, here we go. I was like, hey, we're stopped. Continue to see whatever it was. Lead vehicle stopped. There's two people. One's on the left side of the truck. One's on the right side of the truck. Don't come out yet. And so I had our medic. I said, well, it's like, we don't have to deploy this whole force behind us. We can take care of this. I was like, hey, I got the guy on the right. So I put my car 15 in the V on my side of the car. It's like, I got this guy. And then open mic in the vehicle in front of us so we can hear what's going on. And one of the gals we had up there spoke the language. So she's talking to him in Serbo-Croatian and all this other stuff. And I told the medic, I say, get the guy on the driver's side. If he does anything, it's like, take care of business on your side. As soon as, they're back to if you hear me shoot, you shoot, right?
Yep.
And I'll do the same, right? And so it's dark, and they can't see anything because our headlights are blinding them if they're looking back at us. Plus, their car's in front of us, their police car with the blue lights going on. And I hear them, they're like, they said all the same things. What are you doing? Who are you working for? And they give them their story. And what's in the back. And I needed to see in the back. So they had to talk them out of not checking the back. We got to get someplace. It's getting late. We're late. All this other stuff. And then they finally ended up believing it or taking them for their word. They go back to their car, and we get all buttoned up. And I yell I knock on the back to the assaulters on the back of my truck. I was like, hey, man, it's all clear. Cops get in the car, they turn around and head back to their checkpoint. And I was like, well, that would have been interesting.
Yeah, no shit.
Had it gone a little sideways, all right? Because the guy on the driver's side, he came out pretty aggressively. He came out with his sidearm, with his pistol, and for a while, he was aiming it at the cab of the truck. And that's when I said, hey, man, you got that guy on the left, I got the guy on the right. If I hear you shoot, I'm taking my guy, and if you hear me shoot, you take your guy. Don't wait, because he's got a gun already on the cab of the truck. But ended up working out. We got the guys to the safe house, unloaded everything, hot wash everything, and
Damn.
eat some breakfast and call it a day.
Nice. Did you guys get the number one?
No, a bunch of other guys, but I can't remember how one is even caught. It was later on, years later.
It was
He got caught somewhere else, I think in another country somewhere.
no shit. Did
yeah,
you
they
guys
arrested
wind
him
up
some-
using the nets?
Yeah.
You did.
Yep. We stopped a couple of cars. Piffwick. So it was all divided. The whole country is divided up into areas. So the U.S. sector is the only places we were allowed to operate in, which is kind of problematic in the whole scheme of things. Because if we were actually tracking these guys, but then they go into the British section or the French section, and then we're hands off. We got to hand over, this guy to the other guys, right, to their forces on the ground. So it was a little problematic in that sense. But other than that, the Brits did a lot of good stuff too. I can't remember how the number one was actually caught. I want to say he was Germany or France or somewhere when he got rolled up. Yeah. I can't remember that one. I'll look that one up online and find out how he was actually captured and taken to the Hague.
Right on.
But yeah, that was good. That was good stuff. And so most of the 90s, we're going back and forth to Bosnia. Rotations, all the squadrons are rotating through there.
You had mentioned at the beginning of this that we were on the wrong side, if I heard you correctly.
Yep.
Can you explain that?
Well, we were supporting the Christian side, the Serbos, Croatians, right? The Christians. Because at the time, early on, they're saying, things that are, I guess, so they're painting a bad picture of the Muslim side of things. Turns out to be they're the ones doing all the slaughtering. They were the ones doing all the atrocities, the war crimes.
Christians, huh?
Yep. They were doing Srebrenica, it's a popular one. Murdered the whole town almost. All the men, line them up, mass graves, all that kind of crap. So then that's when it finally turned the tide. Now we were out there supporting the embassy mission at the time. So at the time, early on in that whole thing, when you're hearing the news reports of the trenches, people have to dig trenches to walk on the streets because they can't go on the streets because you have the snipers there, right? And they're just schwacking anybody on the street, tunneling through buildings. So they knock down walls so they don't have to walk on the street. So it's like rat mazes all through all the major towns in Bosnia at the time.
Damn.
Sarajevo, all that stuff. It was an interesting environment. So to think that, like in this one, and like all the op orders and stuff like that, we're getting, like, where's a safe place to run if we have to run, like a safe house or a safe haven, safe place to go if things go sideways and I'm on foot, I got to get somewhere. Well, it's a mosque, right? That wouldn't be your normal thing anywhere else in any other conflict that we've been in, right? But those are the people that were helping us. And those are the people we're, I guess, supporting, fighting with, or fighting for, right? That's why we're grabbing all the piffwicks for all the war crimes against all the people over there. Yeah, and at one point, I don't remember when that happened. We actually, so when we're doing the UN, not the UN mission, the embassy mission, we're supporting the embassy mission, just augmenting their security forces, right? This is when we're on the wrong side. We're on Vladik, whatever his name is, on that side, and the Christian side. And come to find out, he's the one doing all the exterminating.
Damn.
Yeah, and then at one point early on, we switched, got on the right side, and then all worked out.
Damn. Yeah. I didn't know that. I did not know that. What do you? I'm just curious. What do you? This is opinion. I think we have a long history of sticking our nose where it doesn't fucking belong as Americans. And what do you? Did you think about that at the time? Do you think we should have been there?
I think about that in a lot of places.
Me too. Me too. I think about it a lot more now than I did at the time when we were, operating.
Yep.
And because you're doing what you want to do.
Yep.
That's what you're trained to do. That's what you want to do. You're doing it. It's weird, but it's like heaven. You're like, this is it. This is what the fuck I'm on this earth to do. I am on this earth to operate in a fucking war zone.
Yep.
And then you leave it and you're like, what the fuck were we doing there?
Yep. No, so the first time that happened was when I decided to retire out of the military, and I was at the unit at the time. So when I started saying that to myself, like, well, what are we even doing? It's like, how hard is that, right? Somebody tells me that's a bad guy, go get him. Roger that. Get on the helicopter, let's go. Let's go. Let's go get this dude. Then it becomes okay, why, what's the end state, right? You're gonna go take the head off the stake, right? That's the popular term, right? Well, somebody's gonna take over. So that was another thing in my head. Is like, well, some other knucklehead's just gonna take over, and we're gonna be right back in square one, right? Because they're not gonna stop. All the ideology stuff is still there, and somebody else is gonna step up, which is what we would do too, right?
Yep.
Somebody else step in the shoes and take over, right? So that was going through my head too, and I decided to retire. I was like, well, I can keep doing this. Hey, go get that guy. Oh, roger that. And then let's go get that guy. But then it became, well, I'm not in the right mindset. I'm not 100% in it anymore. So let me find something else to do, right? I was like, well, maybe it's time to retire. Maybe this is what it's like when it's time to retire. Like, whether it was burned out from op tempo, whether it was just done, right? I'm thinking of other things that I shouldn't be thinking about, because otherwise it's like, this is a bad guy. We're gonna go get him and do whatever. Like, and then it became, well, what is it? Kill capture? I don't know. It doesn't tell me which one it is. Let's go do it. It almost is nothing anymore, right?
Yeah.
It's like, all right, whatever, and that's when I said, well, maybe this is what it feels like when it's time to retire. Because I always heard that. You'll know when it's time to retire. You'll know when it's time to quit. And they told us at the unit the whole time when I was there that, hey, whenever you don't feel like I'm going to work, think about what you're doing, and either don't, that's fine, just tell us, and we'll help you find another place to go work. I mean, it's not a big deal, but you got to be there 110% every day that you show up. And when it got to the point where I wasn't, I was like, all right, well, maybe it's time to do other things.
Yeah.
Let's try this college life, which didn't work out.
Did you leave the unit at all?
Just that when I retired.
That's it. So you got in.
I was there for 10 years.
So you weren't a Green Beret either.
Yeah. So when I was there, I actually went to the Q course when I was at the unit.
You went to why did you do that? I'm curious.
Well, I was headed that direction, and I already done SFAS, and that's where I wanted to go do. And I got to a point. So I had already maxed out. So as a 11 Bravo grunt, I had already done all the schools that I could have done in the Army for a grunt. So what was, so it was like, wow, I need a break, right? Got to that point. It's probably mid 90s. Got to a point where I was like, you know what, I need a break. It was right after my sister died, and I was like, okay, I need a break. And I was actually thinking of leaving at that time because I was like, I'm not in it anymore. Leadership at the time, they're like, hey, take a break. I mean, find schools, find something to do. We'll put you on leave. We'll go to some schools that you need to go to if you want to, just to get out and away, just get your mind somewhere else, get out of this place for a little bit, take a break. So I was looking, and I was like, I've done all the schools I'm supposed to do. Unless I leave altogether and go do the first sergeant course, and then go to another unit and do first sergeant time in my infantry days, right? And they would have helped me go do that, right? Get me in the course, get me a first sergeant slot somewhere on Bragg, which would have been the 82nd, right? I was like, well, I don't know that that's what I want to do, but how about the Q course, right? It's like, that's a long course. That'll give me a big break. That'll give me a break for the unit. And
You took a break to go.
yeah,
That was your break.
yeah. And I was initially going to go to the commo course when I was going SFAS and then get a Q course day. I was going to the commo course. My alternate was the 18 Echo course, the medic course, right? So, or Delta and Echo were my two primary and alternates, because you get a primary and then an alternate. I tested out great for all those. They gave me those. So I was like, okay, you could do that. And then I ended up going to selection for the unit, go to the unit. So, but those courses were too long. So to be away from the unit that long, they couldn't justify that, because the medic course alone is however long that is, well, a year long or whatever. And so I ended up going to the Bravo course, the weapons sergeant course, and loved every minute of it. And it was a break. It's from the environment that I was in, it was a nice break. Yeah, actually, I met Tombstone there. I went to the Q course with Ray Davis. Yeah,
I would love to get him on the show.
yeah, he'd
I
be
would
great.
love to get him on the
He'd
show.
be great.
Maybe when he's done doing with whatever he's doing, he'll.
Yeah. So I keep running into him later on too. So went to the Q course with him. He's him and his ranger buddy in the Q course. Just good, funny dudes. They were young, and I was probably 32 or 3 or something when I went through the Q course. Yeah, they were good dudes. Loved every been to the Q course. It was amazing. Had a fun time. It was the training. It was like, back in the infantry days again. Had some pretty funny experiences going through the Q course, learning all that stuff. And no, I didn't go to an active group after that, because I went right back to the unit. But if I was going to leave, then that gave me an opportunity to go to a group instead of back to the infantry stuff. So changed my career management MOS, and then I would then go to another group somewhere, which is probably more amenable to me to go do something after the unit, kind of stuff. But I never left. I just needed a break. That was an opportunity to go to the Q course. I went to the Q course, had a great time, and then went back in action, man. Back in the fight. That was a good break.
Yeah.
Nice training environment. For me, it was no stress, because it was a training environment, and I'd already been through other stuff, so it wasn't difficult.
Yeah.
It was different.
Was it difficult for you to hang up your career over a Delta?
Yeah. So it was. So this happens in July. So July, 2 months before the planes fell out of the sky.
You retired in July 2001?
Yep.
Shit.
Yep.
That's a tough one.
And for me to retire, I was thinking, my head's not in the game anymore to the extent that I need it to be, or the teams need it. My teammates need me to be in. So maybe this is the right thing to do. I'll finally get out because I was frustrated with all the deployments with Bosnia. I was enrolling in college courses, and then I had to cancel one because we're getting deployed, and then go back into college courses while we're back at Bragg, and then I have to cancel it. And it's like, oh my God, I got to finish this degree for promotion stuff in the military, right? And I was like, well, let me just get out. I'll go back to school full time and knock that out and go straight. I only had a few guns at the time. I sold those. I'm not going to do no more gunning, no more running, nothing. I'm going to sell my guns. I'm going to go to school. I'm going to get a real job. That didn't work out so well, but that was where I was at in my head at the time.
How old are you at this point in time?
38.
You're 38 years old. You get out. You leave Delta. You think it's a good idea to go to fucking college.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
And
I have a feeling I know how this turns out.
That was horrible. I couldn't cope with regular civilian life in general, but then to be at a university setting.
What school did you go to?
University of Maryland.
Nice.
Yeah, and just to be around the students, and some of them were adult students as well, but some of the younger cats.
Did you join a fraternity?
No.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, no. So here's something.
You missed Rush Week?
Yeah. Here's one thing I thought was interesting. So the professors there, and most of them are very well renowned and known in the community at large. This one guy is a history class, and it was a history of terrorism. I was like, sign me up for that one.
Interesting.
Right? Yeah. I was like, that was part of my history. You know, it was going to count for all my history, credits. And perfect, right? It's like, I know all about this stuff. I'm going to ace this one. Well, we get to this place in the textbook about where it says, these are the terrorists around the globe, and we're identifying all these, terrorist groups and talking about them, where they originate, all this other stuff, their history, their current place in their activity levels and all that stuff. And this guy was working for, there wasn't Homeland Security yet, because that's post 9/11 stuff, but it was somewhere in the Defense Department for something like that, right? And great guy talking about the history of all these terrorist organizations. It was like, perfect. There was a book I can't remember that I had. Plus, that was my job, right? I knew all about these people, over the course of my unit time. And then we get to this part where he's like, this is what America has to counter terrorism. These are the groups, the entities, all the stuff that America has to counter terrorism. And it actually says in the book, the units in this book as part of the response forces, and they describe, to some extent, there's a tiered system, the Navy group, and then the unit guys, those are like the premier CT forces. He describes Special Forces, Rangers, SEAL teams, everybody else that's doing all these, SOCOM in general. And he says something to the effect that for the Navy side, yeah, those guys exist. Everybody knows they exist and all this other stuff. I was like, I don't know if you're talking about the same guys that I'm thinking they're talking about in the book, but okay, maybe he's working. Maybe he's trying to maintain their anonymity to some extent, right? Because he knows this stuff, right? I feel good about this dude too, his history and everything. I read about him, his bio, and all that stuff.
Does he know who you are?
No.
Okay.
And then he got to the unit part, and he said, "These guys don't believe a word of this. I'm working to get this changed in this text because they don't exist." And I'm writing notes, and I look up. I was like, well, maybe he's trying to maintain the anonymity of the unit. I'm like, okay, all right. So I give him the benefit of the doubt. I was like, I'm thinking, okay, thank you. I'm grateful. Thank you. I'm with you on that, right? And I approach him after class though. And I said, I happen to have some firsthand experience. I just retired out of the military, special operations. And I said, thank you for not mentioning, the unit and all their activity and stuff like that. Because they have, Desert One and all those the more publicized things in there. And he's like, he's shuffling papers on his desk, and he's standing, but he's shuffling papers on his desk. He looks up. He's like, yeah. He goes, what? I said, thank you for not, elaborating on that organization. And he's like, yeah. He goes, no. He goes, don't believe that crap. He goes, that's something they're feeding. This guy's into DOD somewhere as a fellow somebody, right? And as he keeps talking, he's serious about what he said in the class. And I was like, wow, this. And then I told him about where I just came from, and he said, no, you didn't.
Get the fuck out of here.
So that was one thing to me, which led me down this whole little, this is the college experience, right? And this is a professor teaching this group of mostly kids and some adults about history of terrorism, and then none of this exists. Which, okay, great. I mean, if it was his intent to maintain the anonymity of the unit, then great. But it wasn't, and he just was serious. And I was like, okay, this is clown show 101 stuff going on right now.
Yep.
So in the study groups for that class, I told everybody in my study group, I was like, just so you know, secrecy, 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 but it's in the book. And so I read just what was in the book, cover what was in our text. And I told them about it, and I said, this is where I just came from. So, and I have no way to prove that to you, right? So I could be just talking out of my ass too, right? And I didn't want to say, well, I could bring in my DD-214 and show you, all that stuff. But yeah, I told them about it, and they were like, oh, yeah. So, and they were very good about it. I mean, they don't know anything about the military or SOCA. This is what only they learn in the class. And like, oh, thank God. Like, thank God there's actually, we have some sort of response for all these bad things going on. I was like, yes, we do. And, and it was all good. It was all good with the students. And they didn't put up a fight. One of the gals that was in my study group, she mentioned that the next day about something else. And she said, well, why can't you just send in, those guys to take care of this stuff? Why aren't they doing this kind of stuff? And he's like, because they don't exist. What did I say yesterday? And she looked at me like, I was like, don't push the issue. It is what it is. Take your credits and move on to the next course. Cooperate to graduate.
Damn.
That was the beginning of my frustration of just dealing with, university life.
Did you finish college?
No.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Yeah. So I had this thing. So I did have so July I retire. Planes fall out of the sky 9/11. I did kind of have this, I should go back. I need to go back.
Yeah.
It's like,
all of a sudden your head's in the game.
yeah, this is what I should have waited around for. But who would have thought?
Yeah.
Right. And at the time, the gal I was dating at the time too, I was like, nope, I need to. So that's the other thing too. I was Mr. Anger Man at the time too. I was like, I was bad.
Yeah.
I thought I had a good grasp of that, because you have to channel that stuff, right? And to do what you got to do, right? I thought I was good at that, managing it, and when I think back, I was like, wow, God bless that woman, because she put up with a lot of shit. That was horrible. Just stupid stuff, but not something that I thought, like as a good boyfriend, I should be doing, right? just angry. So that caused me to do some things I probably wouldn't have done otherwise. Just disrespectful things. Normal man stuff, right? Not holding the door open long enough or something like that, or or getting a door for her at a car or something like that. But she stuck with me through that whole thing. I was, total angry man. But then even through the college years, she went back to school to get another master's degree at the same time. I was going to undergrad stuff. And then I get this wild hair again to get back in the game. And it's already going on. So we're talking 2 years into it, right?
Okay.
So Afghanistan's gone down, Tora Bora's gone down, Operation Anaconda's gone down, and now we're starting to go back. Now we're switching focus into Iraq. That's when I go to a unit function, and I find out they're starting a team or a company, Triple Canopy. And if you're interested, we're starting it, and we're going to do protection and all this other stuff. And that's when I decided to get back in the game that way. And then went back with Triple Canopy in the Baghdad and started the contracting game.
No shit.
And one of the bad things I did about that one, as far as my personal relationship was concerned, I didn't even confer with the gal I was dating at the time. Didn't talk to her about it. I just, hey man, going to Chicago, which is where we were based at the time, and then we're heading into Iraq to do this protection stuff. And she was just like,
so I gotta go, and I'll see you in 6 months.
yeah. I was like, oh my God. And I think about it later. I thought, I don't know what I was thinking at the time, but after I got to thinking about that, I was like, what a dick. I mean, I wasn't thinking about anybody but myself, right?
Yeah.
And I thought I was doing good things that make me feel better to get back in the game, at least contribute, right, to the whole GWAT stuff. Went back over there. It was good for me to do the stuff. And then early days of Iraq, 04, running the gauntlet down Route Irish from Baghdad to the airport, right?
Yeah.
Just got really lucky running that gauntlet every day.
So Route Irish, for the viewers and the listeners, was the most dangerous road in all of Iraq for a couple years at least.
Yeah.
So before we get into the contracting days in the early part of Iraq, let's take a quick break.
Sound good.
Next on the Shawn Ryan Show.
To maintain or build rapport, for a person who's been manipulating you and canceling, not acting right, come up with excuse after excuse to not meet you, then I'm going to meet you, then cancel, and then all these other things. He'll send you sends a video for you to chomp on really quick, salivate over, and all these flags, all these red flags went off, and disregarding all those things. The meet and greet was going to happen with Darren Bonte and the Jordanian officer, intel officer. Unbeknownst to them, there's like, let's go out and form this meet and greet line.
Then you did 16 years at CIA. And you don't think any of that shit had anything to do with this?
Yep.
Okay.
All that is cumulative effects that get to this point.
Hey everybody, I'm Shawn Ryan. Click here to subscribe to the Shawn Ryan Show YouTube channel for the hottest and most compelling interviews that you will not see anywhere else. I've also made a playlist of all the previous SRS episodes so they're easy to find. You can find that right here.